Yeah. All right, and we should be live here. Demos?
Yep.
Alrighty, so just going to be updating the names here for our Table 1 match. Uh, sorry, just give me a sec.
And are we going to have them update their own life counters on like a phone on the screen there?
1 second on that.
Are we going to have them update life
Yep, just give me one
totals
sec.
like live on the screen?
Yep, just give me 1 sec.
Awesome.
Alright, so we have Brayden on Icelander. It looks like, unfortunately, we weren't able to get the light off the screen there. But we'll try to see if we can work around that for the next match. I think he has all of his equipment also. It is flipped upside down, like they both
Yeah,
both places.
so maybe we get a slightly better look when they come round, but even if we don't, it's Icelander. I'm pretty sure we know what they're going to be, right?
It's probably going to
Coronet
be
Peak,
Cornet's
Tunic,
Peak, Tunic, uh,
Storm Striders,
Stormstriders, and Nodes,
probably Ironhides.
or Metacarpus. Depends on
Yeah,
how
it,
gully
it
he's
could
feeling.
be either or.
Yeah.
But with that one, I think if I can't imagine there's going to be much glare on those gloves. But who knows?
Alrighty.
Let's
Now with
get into it.
that out of the way, yeah, let's get into it. So a bit of what we have experienced is the more higher echelon of the meta uh, with Phi against Icelander. Oh, so yeah, it is Cornet's Peak and shiny Icelander, the shiniest, and it looks like he's taking first there with Icelander going first. Would think
Yep.
that she wants second, maybe block out the hand and have an arsenal presence, but free go again at the beginning never
Yeah,
hurts.
I mean, see if you can push some degree of arcane damage, put something disruptive in your arsenal, and you're happy as an Icelander, right? But we're starting with a Scar for a Scar. It's free. It's got go again,
Oh, that's
and there
great
you
first
go.
hand. That is a great first hand. He's pitched out the Blizzard. You never want really to
Yep.
have that card in the arsenal because it doesn't do anything for you. It's better in the hand.
No, it's a nice one to draw into though.
Yeah,
Um, of note is, although the ban list has been announced, it is not yet in play.
right.
So Phi can be running Belittles, which help to get around Blizzard sometimes. So we're seeing a block for 5 is going to push 2 damage. And it means Icelander can run Hypothermia. So Blaze Headlong is a risk, as are any of the other attacks that gain Go Again rather than naturally have Go Again.
And you know,
coming out of Xiaowei's deck,
I think the more events we're seeing
which,
with Icelander, sorry, is we better understand why we don't have Snap and Aether on board anymore. Because can you imagine how much we got a card banned here with the way the characters currently are? Imagine having having those cards present.
yeah, things can definitely add up.
So he did manage to poke out a little bit of damage there, poking out two and actually healing, so bringing up the life totals a little closer. So we do have the
Yeah.
Belittle revealing.
Speaking of banned cards, Flame Call Awakening.
Yeah,
Oh, and there's another Blizzard coming in. Or wait, is that a Blizzard?
yeah.
What came out of Arsenal
The
there?
um, yeah, that was a
Or
Blizzard.
is
Blizzard
that?
from Arsenal.
Okay.
Yeah, and so with giving no go again unless he pays two. I believe.
He pitched the Salt the Wound, so he's paying
Yeah,
the two,
yeah.
which, honestly, Salt the Wound, good thing to get out of the hand here, because if you're coming in with Belittle, Flame Call, two Phoenix Flames, and a Searing Ember Blade, that Salt the Wound is going to come in at the end for a lot of damage.
I'm thinking that he likely was forced to um, Arsenal his second Blizzard because he had pitched a Blizzard as well, right? So,
Yeah,
I mean, he's not going to be able to use his wand anymore. Takes the damage. There's a Frostbite on board, though.
so we still have to deal with blocking the 3 damage off the Belittle here.
He took the damage.
Oh, yeah, sorry, he did, yeah.
And then he pitches the Blue Minnowism to Flame Call Awakening, and he's going to go get his.
And we're searching again.
I really need him to put that life counter back because we can't see.
Yeah, Channel the Bleak Expanse would have been a great card on this turn. Prevent the Minnowism search, prevent the Flame Call Awakening, Phoenix Flame search as well. But Blizzard's good, denying that Salt the Wound is quite helpful.
Sorry about that, folks. Sorry, you were saying Demos?
Oh, I was saying Channel the Bleak Expanse would have been great on this turn. Although it's a very niche card, but it would have come in handy twice here. Prevent the Minnowism search, prevent the Phoenix Flame search here as well.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see a lot less of that card post ban as well. I mean, Bleak Expanse is really, really good in this particular matchup, but I wonder if it's running typically in the 80. It's going to block there for three.
It's generally not. It doesn't block 3 Channel Oblique Expanse. It only blocks 2. But if you're looking for an ice card to replace Hypothermia, maybe it does sneak its way in as a bit of an alternative in some capacities.
Mm-hmm.
So we've seen a block with the Enlightened Strike here, demonstrating that Braden isn't going to be coming in with a ton of damage on his turn, but he is still holding 3 cards, so it could still be, Pitch, Wounding Bull, or Finals Fighting Spirit, and then Arsenal. It could be an Ice Vein. There's still all Icelander's, I think, ideal is having 3 cards in hand. There's a lot of dangerous things she can do.
Okay.
And there's the Phoenix Flame for 1.
He is taking the one. Pouncing Lynx is ban and blitz only, correct?
Correct, yes. And it
Okay, so
is
we go again
very
here.
strong in CC.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so that's
Oh,
going to
so we
wrap up the
saw
turn.
we saw activating Phi to Arsenal the Phoenix Flame.
Okay.
That's if you're Icelander, that's exactly what you want to see coming from a Phi, threatening 7 damage on a 4-card hand. You're thrilled with that. So we're seeing a pitch of,
Wounding Bolt
is that
+1.
Emeritus Scolding? Yeah, Wounded Bull coming in for 8. We're on lower life here.
We got a swaggy pitch there. That's the full art version of that card. I believe that's the full art,
It
correct?
is.
The promo? Yeah.
It's extended art of something. I can't tell if it's Emeritus Scolding or Brothers in Arms,
Brothers
actually.
in Arms.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's Brothers in Arms.
that was the RTN promo last year, I believe.
8 damage on the deck. Wow.
2 cards, 8 damage. It's good. I mean, Icelander is just the definition of a value deck. That's better than other value decks because it plays unfairly. It gets disruption and it works at instant speed. And the only way that value decks can be good these days is if you have something that makes you a little bit unfair.
And he does score in 2 damage, ripping 2 cards from Fi's hand, and I believe he's arsenaling a Aether or Ice Bolt. I think that was. I didn't quite see it.
I also can't quite see, and I don't think that playing the guessing game is is the best with this glare.
Yeah.
But there's an E strike, so coming for some damage. I think Braden's really happy with this. There's no real tricks on this one. Oh, that's a frosting that came out of Arsenal there. So that's one arcane. The frostbite comes in.
Oh, which one was did he
Another
arsenal?
question. Frosting, zero cost. Blue deals one arcane damage. It clears the arsenal. The frostbite's not relevant right now, but that's fine. We're seeing Ice Bolt walking for three. Wondering if we're going to see a swing of Waning Moon here, or if Braden prefers to hold those three cards in his hand and then Arsenal. Oh, yeah, there we are. So we are going to see that 3 damage, keeping the life totals nice and close, which is exactly where Icelander wants to be, because if the life totals are close, Icelander's winning, because you can just cheat out damage with those Storm Striders.
I'm gonna try to go and get a little bit of sharing going on here. Sorry if I didn't quickly reply.
Oh, so we're seeing an Amulet of Ice pop up on the board. And then we're going to be arsenaling that Polar Blast. So won't be doing much on Xiaowei's turn, but it will allow Braden to draw a card and draw a card, uh, deal some damage off of Waning Moon, off of a pitched blue, and push a Frostbite onto Xiaowei's side of the board as well. Now, unfortunately, I've lost the stream, so we'll have to wait for Steve to come back. Oh, and we're back.
I didn't realize that. I'm so sorry.
All good. But this is the first turn where we're seeing Xiaowei have a 5 card hand and a tunic counter. So there could be something big coming out of here. And so in response to Xiaowei's triggering of Tunic, we see Braden trigger his own, activate Polar Blast. So we're pushing that Frostbite, and we will be drawing a card because it came out of Arsenal. Now that Frostbite off that Tunic counter would be possibly stopping, that free Tunic counter for Belittle to go find that blue Minnowism again. But we'll see what Xiao is going to respond with here.
I really like the oh, that's a cold foil amulet of ice, but setting up the amulet turn. I think you got to be very careful against Vi because he can uh, swing for the fences. But it looks like he's got one in his hand as well. I wonder if he's gonna submit to take damage this turn, and I mean, because a lot of what I would have seen with Icelander, she's gonna want to set up into her insidious. I think it's insidious chill, or yeah, insidious chill with ooh, there's one of the combo pieces, and that is also a flare. This
Yeah.
man's got that swagalicious deck, but he's gonna want to come in and start setting up the board to kind of whenever wait for a big turn for Fine, kind of rip his hand away. This is
Yeah,
not
and
the
then
time to
shut it
do it.
down as much as possible. Well, I mean, it's a 5 card hand with a tunic counter, so we started with a mounting anger. It seems
Blizzard.
no on hit effect. Blizzard being applied to Searing Emberblade, which is one of the best targets to hit it on here because you've already committed those 2 resources.
Yep.
Five basically needs a second blue to keep this turn going.
And he got rid of 2
Um,
cards so far as well. But he's got is it 5 cards and an arsenal? You said
well, 4 cards plus the arsenal.
Yeah,
So I'm shorthanding that to
sure,
five
no
cards.
problem.
But he did have a tunic counter at the start of the turn.
Yeah,
But that extra resource may not be enough to keep things going.
it would have been a little bit more
It's
scary if
just
the tunic counter was being used for a belittle. So then he's got a much more chunkier hand. So
yeah.
did he give up a turn? I think he did.
It looks like I mean it's tough to pay through 3 when you've already pitched a blue as 5, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So we're taking that damage from Searing Emberblade.
the Amulet of Ice
So
is on board. I think we're gonna see a very quick pitch three.
I think
And
we're gonna see
Aether
an
Ice
Aether
Vein.
Ice Vein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what is he?
And is that
Oh,
an
Insidious
Insidious?
Chill.
Yeah, going
Oh.
into Arsenal. So this
Ah,
is
yeah.
that might have been Xiaowei's only 5 card hand of the game, and he only got to use 2 of those cards.
Yeah, and I think that is that a red one or a yellow one? I can't tell.
I can't tell, but it probably doesn't matter.
Hmm. Well, sucks. That's at the end of the
I mean,
day.
yeah. Either way, you're taking some amount of arcane damage, and you're definitely taking you're losing a card out of your hand as well.
Yeah, and he's poking through there too, right? Because he potentially losing. I think he has no arcane barrier. He has one arcane barrier, so he's definitely losing. If not paying, he's still got his Oh, he's still got a card in his pitch zone there, right? He didn't just
Yeah,
pitch
that
that.
shouldn't be there, but I imagine both players know that it's it wasn't pitched this turn. We know it's not doing anything. So Xiaowei here, hopefully, has a blue, a spare blue. You can, pitch 1 blue, save a life, pay the 2 through Arcane Barrier, or pay the 2 through the discard effect, pardon me.
Yeah.
But that being said, maybe you just want to discard a red, uh, because then, you might need to save that blue for that frostbite that is coming off of Insidious Chill, right? So it's not the most disruptive thing, but that extra resource goes a long way.
Also,
Because
what a hand to
pardon?
have. What a hand to have. Because so he has the Amulet of Ice and Insidious Chill. So like, ugh, what a hand to have. Because he could go either way, right? But
Yeah,
damn,
it gives you options.
I would.
Um, and I also think, I mean, Xiaowei's arsenal, I believe, is still that same Phoenix Flame from turn 2, which
Yeah,
is,
never gonna see the light of day.
lackluster. Yeah.
It,
Oh,
you
there
know,
we go.
yeah. So and
Yeah, so
then
that
he's
was a red Aether Ice Vein.
yeah.
And we are triggering Amulet of Ice, so we're looking to discard 2 cards here, one way or another,
You,
whether that's a pitch and a discard or just 2 discards.
you know, at this rate, what he could have done was just pitch one for the arcane barrier, and then use the two remaining. If he has a blue in his hand, this is, use the and pitched use the two remaining to get rid of the discard. That would at least get him around. Oh, no, he'd still lose the card to Amulet of Ice though.
Yes, but, I mean, but at that point you're only saving 1 life, and you probably want to save that blue for your turn, right? Because you know that
Yeah,
Insidious Chill is going to be coming out. You know you're going to have to deal with an extra frostbite,
yeah,
and saving that blue would represent paying through that frostbite and being able to swing your Searing Emberblade.
yeah.
So
That's
that
true.
1 damage of life that you're saving there may not necessarily be worth it compared to what one of those reds you would be discarding is.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if we've seen that discard yet. Um, I may have missed it, but we're triggering. We've seen the damage go through, and we're triggering Amulet of Ice. So this
Yeah.
isn't going to be a very big hand. It's going to be 2 cards plus that Phoenix Flame and Arsenal off of Phi, with a
Well,
Frostbite coming in is going to be maximum what 7 damage, possibly 8,
I wonder if it's not.
if things line up really well.
I wonder if it's not better just to get rid of the Phoenix in the arsenal, right? You know, just play it out for the 0, and then pitch into your Ember Blade, knowing that you're gonna see the most he's gonna do is Wand and Insidious Chill. At least you get that card clean out of your arsenal, and you can swing with your sword and do like something. Because
Yeah,
as this starts
it
pivoting,
depends.
hmm, go ahead.
It depends what you've got left in the hand, right?
Yeah,
But we saw a Lava Burst on the discard there, which is
big piece.
that's a big one. Phi's always sad to see that one go.
He does have a searcher still at least, so he with mask, and there's the Insidious Chill, a nice good old
Yeah.
frostbite for you.
The thing is, with the mask, it's at the rate of disruption that Braden is putting out, including now having that Insidious Chill on the board, it's it's tough to get to that chain link 4 a lot of times.
And I think we saw
Um,
Channel Lake Frigid in hand as well. And is that another Blizzard? And a Sink Below. Ugh,
yeah.
gross.
Okay, there we go. So we're seeing the Phoenix Flame out of the arsenal, pitching the Phoenix Flame used from Rise from the Ashes.
Why did
It's
he?
coming in for 3 damage, I believe, off the
Oh,
effect of Rise from the Ashes.
sure.
And that's being blocked by possibly that was a sink below. And
Yep.
then we're seeing the arsenal. So exactly what you proposed was there was no blue, but we saw the arsenal swap from the lackluster Phoenix Flame into something possibly better that we can go for.
Discard one.
Um, yeah, this turn I think are we?
He's gonna use the Cornet's Peak. Just discard one or
Yeah,
pay, and then he's just gonna Arsenal and pass. So I think this is now where Fi's gonna wanna start finding uh, his turns to swing back because he doesn't know if there's a Chilling Ice Vein inside that Arsenal or Channel Lake Frigid or what no, what have you. But he's gonna have to start making some moves to poke back before, otherwise she's just gonna run away with the game.
yeah.
There's another Chilling. Oh, that's that Aether. It's the one that costs one and does two arcane damage. He has that sitting in his hand, so that will
Uh,
probably come out next
Aether
turn.
Hail. So
Yep,
presumably the blue. Yeah. So
yep.
that's probably gonna go into the arsenal at the end of this turn. But we're thinking on this belittle response here because so
And
we are
there's
seeing the Channel Lake Frigid come out, which is interesting
oh, he has one in his hand too.
because we
Then
know that Shao is gonna have the resources to pay for it all
oh, he has two Channel Lake
because
Fridges
we're
in his hand.
and one on board.
Oh my god, so
The
annoying.
disruption really never stops. But that being said, I don't this isn't the end of the world for Shao because we've got 5 resources to work with here. So even between that Frostbite and that Channel Lake Frigid, we can still keep the turn going.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe we can't quite swing Emberblade, but we can definitely play out our remaining cards.
He's gonna come at him for another three though, probably before the end of the turn, Brayden, because he just took the damage. Um,
Yeah,
he can wait to gain.
Braden.
Yeah,
Oh, does Braden have the tune? I don't know if Braden's tuna counter is up quite
yeah,
yet.
it's three.
So I don't know if it's worth pitching that extra card
No,
in
it's at three.
order to.
And he has a brain freeze in his hand. Oh my god, Icelander.
Oh yeah,
So it's probably gonna take the tunic, then use the remaining resource, come in for three, and man, it's amazing to see how close she can keep the game with but how explosive her opening turn was. She has Scar for Scar and Findell's Fighting Spirit at the beginning, and then the very next turn Wounding Bull. That is a lot to
yeah.
deal with.
It's those powerful value cards. So we're seeing Flame Call Awakening costing 3 here, one off of Channel Lake Frigid, one off the Frostbite, and one off of itself. So I'm assuming we're gonna search for the Phoenix Flame. We're gonna find it, and then we're gonna pitch it to swing the Searing Ember Blade after this. So now the question is, how much does Braden like his hand? Because with a Brain Freeze and 2 Channel Lake Frigids, you can throw out Brain Freeze Fused, which will take what is almost guaranteed a 0 cost card out of Fi's hand, plus trigger Insidious Chill, pitch the Channel Lake Frigid to play Channel Lake Frigid, or sorry, pitch Channel Lake Frigid to swing Waning Moon, so you're still pushing a little bit of damage. Arsenal the last Channel Lake Frigid, and then your current Channel Lake Frigid stays alive, and you can keep Channel Lake Frigid constantly going. Ooh, for turns on turns on turns. But instead of Searing Emberblade, we're seeing Erase Face come out of Arsenal. So this would require Braden to block for 6 here and then pitch into Coronet's Peak if he wants to keep uh, his current Channel Lake Frigid alive, which might be a necessity in all honesty, because this turn Shao happened to draw the resource generating hand with a blue, a belittle, and a flame call awakening, but next turn maybe not. Oh, so we're choosing to take 3 off the erase face. I'm curious as to what. Oh, I see. Okay. So we're swinging Waning Moon, we're trading the 3 damage, we're arsenaling the Channel Lake Frigid, we're letting the other Channel Lake Frigid die, and then we're just popping it right back out at the start of Xiaowei's next turn. So we're going for the reset here. That allows that Channel Lake to go in Arsenal and be another mean surprise. So our Tunic's going back up to 3. Channel Lake Frigid has died, and now Xiaowei gets a 4-card hand
It might have been easier for him to have
and a
took
full Tunic.
took 6 damage and then pitched for Cornet's Peak. So at the very least, he could have at the very least he could have kept his channel on board. This way, he's traded
Uh,
two channel. He lost two
but he
channels.
couldn't have,
Why?
because if Erase Face deals damage, no matter how many ice cards are in your pitch, none of them count as ice cards
Oh, that's
toward
true.
Channel
Yeah,
Lake
yeah,
Frigid's
yeah.
requirement. Yeah. So Erase Face was really the best card Xiaowei could have seen in that scenario. But that being said, I don't think Braden's too unhappy. He's only behind on 5 life, and he's got another Channel Lake Frigid in Arsenal. With an Insidious Chill on the board. Oh, wow. Xiaowei drew a hand with no starter, so he's having to commit 3 resources to the Phoenix Flame. Channel
Does he
Lake
have Brain
Frigid
Freeze?
should
Or nothing?
really just put this entire turn offline if it comes out now.
He might not, because
Yeah,
he's got two Aether Ice Veins in hand, blue. I think one's blue, one's red, maybe. And he's got a Brain Freeze in his hand and a Brothers in Arms. So he's got kind of a nothing hand as well. Otherwise, he's just doing straight damage, but he has no fuse. So maybe he pitches just to get the
that is
card out of it.
unfortunate.
He might just pitch to get the card out of his arsenal, or he's just blocking. Forget it. Okay, I think he still might pitch just to maybe to get the card out of there.
Yeah, but
He could also use the Tunic and blocked with Brothers in Arms and block the whole attack.
you could have, but you have Channel Lake Frigid in Arsenal, so when you do bring it out and you pitch a blue for it, that Tunic counter represents 3 damage that you can just immediately swing with Waning Moon, right?
Blocking it.
So Xiaowei did have the 2 blue hand there, and is that...
That's a blue snatch.
Oh, so that's a blue snatch coming in for 3 now is what that is. So I'm guessing we're blocking with the Aether Ice Vein and just popping Coronet Peak on the turn, hoping to draw some ice cards, and then take a little bit of the reset.
He lost 2 fusion cards in that exchange.
Yeah. But that being said, Aether Ice Vein is not the only disruptive card in this deck. We've seen, Insidious Chill will do its job, even if you have to block out with all your Aether Ice Veins.
It's one of
So we're
those that
seeing
pays off over
a
time, right?
pitch. Yeah.
He might be waiting for a much more destructive turn. He's got no ice fuse again. That's got to be frustrating.
Well, he has no Ice Fuse, but it looks like he has
Wounded
Ice
Bull,
to
kinda.
keep Channel Lake Frigid alive off of pitching, your Wounded Bulls, or off of pitching when you play your Wounded Bulls.
No, he doesn't have any ice cards in his hand.
There's no ice cards in there, really.
No, those are 2 Aether Ice Veins. Oh,
Oh,
that's
wow.
a yellow one. So if this keeps up, then Fi can. Oh no.
I think if you're Braden, you're pretty happy with this. You block with Finals Fighting Spirit. Sure, you take some damage.
So the
Yeah, you
correct
net
way
4
there is
damage out.
he actually takes 6 before gaining the 1, but I mean
Yes, but at this life total, I mean, there's nothing,
he's not dead.
suspicious. Yeah, there's nothing relevant happening in the meanwhile.
Wounding Bull.
And there we go. Yeah, Wounded Bull for 8.
Does he just take it and keep swinging, knowing that? Well, he doesn't know it's in the arsenal, but I
I mean,
feel
at this point, you've seen the hands come out. You've seen there's no ice, so your assumption would be that it is an Ice Fusion card. Possibly, it's Channel Lake Frigid. If
yeah.
I were Xiaowei, I would think that that's
Mhm.
maybe it's a blue Aether Ice Vein or something,
Mhm.
right? Um,
You know.
but yeah, you know that there's been 2 turns of Braden showing no ice at all,
Mhm.
so it could be, you know, it could be anything, but you know it's going to be disruptive, right? It's not a single blow, it's not a big attack.
You know what he ought to be doing? Shao ought to be getting a count on those Aether Ice Veins in the discard pile.
I mean, maybe, but there's so many different disruptive options here that
At least
yeah,
knowing that wouldn't hurt though, right? Like just he got Amulet of Ice in his hand. Oh, and they're Findos fighting Spirit, and he's and that's a Cold Snap in his hand. I wish I could see both players' hands. It just
that would be handy.
there's so much information just exchanging here. Okay, and then
Yeah.
his Channel Lake Frigid, yeah, because he's got
Oh, interesting.
he has the fuse in his hand now.
Yeah. So yeah,
And if that's a blue one,
but
he could just arsenal it too, and then just play the Amulet of Ice and just really become disruptive.
I think
Yeah,
you probably want to pitch
correct.
the Amulet of Ice on your turn just because you want to keep that Channel Lake alive,
So I believe that the
right?
players are going back and forth and asking if he can use his Tunic counter before um, before Channel Lake comes on board and that Frostbite does come on board, which he can.
He can, assuming, you know, people haven't said pass, 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 because
Correct. Yeah.
that sometimes ends up being its own discussion.
Yeah. Now the question is if he's going to start blocking. Are they calling for a judge? No, he's taking a real hard look at his hand. I just took a look up at Ashaway there, and he's staring at his hand like he can't believe it.
I mean, yeah, you've seen every Blizzard, you've seen every Channel Lake Frigid. Like it's not the place Fi wants to be.
Hmm.
And even though you had, you know, quote, two turns off when
Hmm.
Braden drew no ice, you're still not feeling too great about it.
Yeah, because even with those off turns, he's mad. Like we all know, the Icelander will go down to a very little health, and just you just never seem to be able to kill her.
Yeah, between the disruption between the Storm Striders. So even though it is, you know, 15 to 10, realistically speaking, Icelander's probably ahead on life
Also,
because
the,
you can just yeah, you can just pitch Storm Strider's Swing Waning Moon.
depending on how slash if he does need to block for this turn, he can ultimately he can pitch for that Ice Vein, fuse, maybe get an Amulet of Ice on board, right? And for his next turn, keep the Channel Lake Frigid on board, fuse with the Chilling Ice Vein, Insidious Chill to get rid of a card in his hand. I mean, like, he's got a lot of juicy options right now. And yeah, he's going to block with everything because I think he believes this game is coming to an end soon.
Yeah.
That is crazy. He,
So yeah, what we saw there was is that it's not mounting anger. It's the 0 for 3 that discounts. You can banish a card with cost less than the number of Draconic Chainlinks you have, and it reduces the cost by 1. So even though Ronin Renegade was banished and it costs 0, it goes to -1 because the reduction applies against the increase off of Channel Lake Frigid. And the Tunic counter paid through the Frostbite there, so very good resource management from Xiaowei, but it still is it quite enough? We'll see.
well, he's got two cards in hand, so it really depends on what that is. Like, is it a.
Well, we know one of them is the Phoenix Flame he just picked up.
It is a
So
snatch.
we're seeing that's a snatch for 4. Interesting.
He might just take it. It's a channel. He has to
I'm
pitch. He can't do nothing else after this.
curious as to why. Yeah, I think we've just had the
Oh,
realization that tide flippers are not Snapdragon scalers,
he also has
and
to pay for that.
that snatch's base power is too high.
He'd also have to pay for it. Would he not?
Yes, you would, but we seem to be thinking about this. Unless that's a blue snatch for some reason.
Let's go take a peek.
There's definitely some type of discussion going on where you play with Snapdragon scalers 90% of the time. You get used to Snapdragon scalers and you just you snap the snatch, but you're not used to having to pay for Snapdragon scalers, and you're also not used to not running Snapdragon scalers. Oh, okay, so that was a blue snatch then. Interesting. But then we have no way of uh okay, so we've had the judge come in here. So Snatch has hit. Yeah, Snatch has hit for 4.
So he did
Xiaowei has
actually
drawn
think.
a card and ended the turn because he could not give it go again
Yeah,
with the effect of Tide Flippers because it is not Snapdragon Scalers. Tide
they
Flippers only
both
applies to
were
attacks with base 2 or less.
they were both unaware that that interaction doesn't work that way. So we have to,
Yeah.
just pointed it out to them. And it was a red snatch.
Yes. So here we are. We are seeing
We're gonna see it
Xiao
happen.
is going to be taking some damage, and Channeling Frigid's staying alive, and Xiao is losing 2 cards out of his hand one way or another.
Yep. If he had
So
gotten rid of
Insidious
that
Chill is
Tide
triggering.
Flippers, well, actually, if he could have used the Tide Flippers with the drawing a card, I believe that would have been a game over there for Icelander, or pretty darn near close to it. Because how was she gonna make it back from that? Because he'd probably get Volcanic
Um,
Eruption or something big.
Possibly, but then I mean, it would have been a bad spot. But also,
He'd draw a card and get something.
yeah, it's not an inevitability that would have happened, right? Because you know that snatch can't gain go again.
Yeah, no, now it's irrelevant, right?
Yeah,
Because he couldn't draw a card from it and go and find a card with the with pouncing links.
yeah,
But now he's throwing everything at him but the kitchen sink, as he's going to lose at least 2 cards from his hand this turn.
yeah. You're losing 2 cards, and then whatever you have left, you need to pitch to pay Channel Lake Frigid, and Braden's going to end up pushing 3 free damage and getting a 5 card hand because Cold Snap's going to draw a card while freezing your arsenal. It's yeah, I think Braden's happy with the position right now.
Yeah,
Really, the only catch is, if you can draw an Ice Fuse card on your within the next 2 turns, I think Braden's more than thrilled.
he'll still. I think he'll still poke out. He's gonna come for at least do three arcane damage his next turn too, and really start closing the gap. So yeah, he did lose the 2 cards. Or well, he hasn't lost it
Yeah.
yet, but it's I can't imagine why he wouldn't. Oh, he didn't? Did he only lose 1 card in his hand?
No, no, he discarded 2.
Oh, okay,
Two
okay.
cards went to the graveyard at the same time, so they
Got it.
they resolved Insidious Chill, took the damage from the Ice Vein all in
Ice
one
Star
go there.
Cold Snap. Ice Star Cold Snap. Oh, Hypothermia. You know what? Amulet of Ice put in a lot more work, at least in this, as far as this matchup is concerned, than Hypothermia would have had it been played.
Yes, I mean Hypothermia is a great way to just take go again off of Searing Ember Blade.
Yep.
Um, but I think Xiaowei hasn't really swung it a lot. Who's that?
He hasn't been
That's a
allowed
Blaze
to.
Headlong for 4. It looks like.
Yeah. He hasn't
I
been
mean, 4
allowed to.
damage is 4 damage.
Yeah. And then we're going to. I mean, he could. Oh no, he's got the. What does he have in his hand? Uh.
Well, we've
Oh,
got
he's got.
Brain Freeze. We've got Aether Ice Vein. Yeah, I think Braden's thrilled here, right? You
Yeah.
get to block this for 3, Ice Fuse on your turn, Arsenal and Ice card, and keep it going.
He could. He could just. Oh, channels on the board. Holy man. Um.
He could, but
He should
at
have
this
one
point he's got the
resource
damage
left.
to just push through.
Shall should have one resource left. Okay, yeah, he counted. He caught him on that. Yeah, he
Yeah,
should
yeah.
have one resource.
So, but yeah, you're blocking one of that 3. It's still pushing. Your life
Oh,
total's going. You had your turn and you lost more life than your opponent, who still has 3 cards.
brutal.
It's never what you want to see at this close to the end of the game.
Boom
And there
and
it is, another
fuse.
Ice Vein and another Insidious. We're losing another 2 cards.
He's gonna insist that he loses the card right now. Does he have no
And is
cards in his
it?
hand? He has no cards in his hand. The Icelander.
No, no, you should have. Yeah, yeah, Icelander. Well, technically, Icelander has whatever's being fused with
Fused with.
Icebane.
Oh, okay, sorry, you're right. And I don't know
I
what that
can't see
is.
what it is, but if it's any ice spell that deals damage, Ice Bolt or Aether Hail, I think you're probably pretty happy. Did Xiaowei Arsenal that Phoenix Flame at the end of that turn a few turns ago, or was it discarded as part of that Aether Ice Vein last turn? I don't think we saw a good view of what was discarded.
I start. Oh, you can, and I think you can feel a little bit of the frustration that Xiaowei must be going through. Like this, I think this was a time to come with more than one arcane barrier, at least in this matchup.
Well,
Honestly, Tunic might have been the only um, in this meta at least well, because you're trying to race her, I guess, right? You're trying to kill her and kill her fast, but with the kind of opening and mid turns that Brayden's had, it's a lot to take.
yeah, it's oh, so we're seeing a blue pitched and then blocking one arcane off of the ice vein there. So two cards are gone, but one life was saved. Channel Lake dies, luckily, or finally, I should say. It feels like it's been there forever, but it's actually been two different ones. The issue with Fi running more than one arcane barrier is you're running what 10 blues, 12 blues. You're not running enough to pay for it, right?
Yeah.
Especially you're not running enough to pay for it through all of the disruption that Icelander's throwing at you.
Maybe then, I mean, I haven't played this character for quite some time, but like I don't think he's running the Art of War and Ancestral Empowerment a mix. At least I've not seen that.
I would be surprised if Fi isn't running Art of War, um, but we haven't seen it yet, so
Yeah. There's
we're
the
seeing a snatch for four here. I think Braden's probably counting. Can I guarantee a kill here? Because the last card can't be Oasis Respite. Yeah, there's Storm Striders.
Eighth Dark.
There's
That's three. Gets rid of.
oh, there's
Yes.
Ice Bolt.
Yep. I think maybe he could just in theory just take the damage here, and know that and then whatever he's gonna come in with a three and then yeah it's over because
Oh
he
yeah, there
gets
we
a
go.
three he can
That's
only prevent one, and then he's gonna come in with the yeah there it is.
yeah, and there's the extra ones.
All right, folks, we
Yeah,
will be
Braden showing why Icelander's good, and also, you know, why those bands wouldn't have. I think even without Amulet of Ice, Braden would have probably won that, and Hypothermia didn't come into the matchup. So Icelander's still looking quite strong against these really red line aggro heroes.
Alrighty. Demos, you there? I think we may have lost Demos.
I am here
Oh,
indeed.
there you are. So we
Glad to
got
be back.
Tarek on Oldham and another Phi. Well, this is going to be a common theme, I think, over at these top tables here.
Yeah, I mean, it's Oldham has been insanely powerful since he came out, in all honesty, and he's only received constant and powerful support. Um, I mean, I've been a big fan of his since day one, and I do really think that he is very, very strong. So we're jumping into this one on turn two. Turn zero, Tarek looks like we played a Macho Grande, pushed some damage, and Tarek likes his hand. He's just taking some damage off the Phi here. Seeing if we see a block on Searing Ember Blade or not. But no big surprises off the gear from these heroes. Tarek bringing Stalagmite, which is an amazing card. It requires no investment, and it blocks for 11, which is insane. Because that Frostbite is just so powerful.
A little bit of greed. I
Oh,
guess it
so
was
we're seeing
blue.
a Snatch for 3 here. We're triggering the effect of Shuko, and that's going to be a blue Snatch, favorite of a lot of 5 players these days. Tarek must really like his hand if he's debating this. Additionally, we didn't see an Ice React from Tarek this turn as well, so this looks like a very aggressive disruptive hand rather than a passively disruptive hand. So that Sink Below isn't going to make its way into Arsenal. But Phi is going to use that ability, bring Phoenix Flame back. I appreciate that the players are rearranging. Oh, so we're just seeing a Frostfang here. Interesting. It's a good card. It lets Oldhim pretend to be Icelander a little bit and force that discard. So here we're discarding. Is that a? Oh, we're discarding a Spreading Flames. Fair enough. Spreading Flames, not always the best card in this matchup because it loses so much value off of the effect of an Oldhim Ice React. Are we starting with Blaze Headlong with no go again, it looks like? Or no go again currently.
Well,
There's always
he played.
tools to give a go again.
Did he not play
Oh,
that?
sorry. Yes, yeah. He played Rise from the Ashes to no effect there. Yes, my bad. I didn't see that.
Yeah, so that's the first thing he did there, and he popped it.
All right, I got you. Walking with the Autumn's Touch, and there's the Ice React. So we're taking 4 damage because that Blaze Headlong was buffed from Rise from the Ashes. There's the Phoenix Flame coming out of Arsenal, and we're replacing it. So Tarek's Tunic's on 3 now. Always important because now you get a free Crown of Seeds with that card that you're about to Arsenal. And here we go. We're seeing the very soon to be banned Winter's Wail, giving that Frostbite over to Brandon.
Justifiably so. Oh, he just took it. Took the frostbite. I guess he had a blue in his hand already too.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to block 4 as Phi, right? Maybe you're running 3 Sink Belows, but other than that, it's almost never worth committing 2 cards or a card plus one of your useful combo pieces. Oh, interesting. So we did see the spreading flames come out here, which would have been, a that makes this turn ripe for that ice react coming off of Oldhim. So that's blue lava vein loyalty, made slightly not as terrible by the effect of spreading flames. Oh, and we're seeing Blizzard come out now. And Brandon has the spare blue to pay through it.
He can still ice react as well.
He definitely can.
I don't think he
But
will.
at this point, if you're stalagmiting, I don't know. Unless you stalagmite and then ice react to try and deny the follow up sword swing. But even then, that's not. I mean, it's a decent use of stalagmite, but it's not the dream use of stalagmite that you really want it to be. Eric looking down, another 3 damage off of this Phoenix Flame, and presumably one more off of the next. There's Feasibility, or sorry, and 2 more off the next because Spreading Flames is still active.
Just thinking, is,
At this point, you're thinking, this would be a good time to trigger that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. You're definitely rupturing. You're hitting Chainlink 4, and um, Salt the Wound would be coming in for a good amount of damage as well. You really have your options available to you. Although I think Lava Burst does more just on the basis of getting that buff off of Spreading Flames. So we're thinking about the block here. Yeah, so we're throwing the other piece of armor at it, preventing that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx going off. Which, you wonder, do you want to trigger it this early in the first place, et cetera, et cetera. But we're seeing Spinal Crush come out here.
big oof. And he has a sync blow in his hand.
Oh, he has a Sync Below in his hand, so we can cleanly block this with 2 cards, unless that last card in Tarek's hand is a pummel, which it very well could be. We've got 1 resource and the Tunic is online.
That would hurt.
We'll see how Brandon navigates this.
Oh, sneaky ninja. So he's gonna throw out the for 6. He's gonna block. Is this for 6? I believe so.
So Spinal Crush is coming
Resentment's for
in for
2.
9. The magic number to block is 6.
6. But resentment.
Uh,
If he blocks resentment, it's only for 2. So Rising Resentment only blocks for 2. I don't know what the other card is.
I mean, any 2 plus that Sync Below would cover the 6. It just wouldn't cover a potential pummel. The problem with Oldhim is he's always so eager to arsenal those cards because of Crown of Seeds, especially when that Tunic counter is up, that you don't know if the threat is Tunic counter. Oh, wow, so we've got a lot happening here. So that's 3 cards.
That's interesting that he did that because now he's
Yeah,
only gonna have Arsenal pass.
yeah, but I'm presuming we're arsenaling that Sync Below.
Yeah. Oh, he gets the
Um,
next turn. Yeah, that's true. You're right.
and it's definitely a gamble because you're hoping Tarek doesn't draw anything too
Nasty.
disruptive here.
Yep. Which
But
could.
the problem is, even when Oldhim isn't disruptive, he can still represent an easy,
Lightning
12
strike.
damage on the turn,
Now the question is
possibly.
if he took the go again, which I'm gonna guess he did, so he could then swing there.
I would imagine has to be go again when you've got 2 cards left in your hand,
Yeah,
plus your arsenal.
yeah. So you can swing with the
And a
hammer
tunic
after that.
counter.
He'll have probably ice hammer after this.
It could be, or it could be, just pitch a blue, play, I don't know, possibly crush the weak if he's running it in the deck. I don't think people are running it that much these days. Maybe some people are.
It could
I
also
can't
be
say I'm
Okanold.
too up to date. Interesting that we're choosing to block with cards
Oh
that
my,
are not. Oh, we've got the other Enlightened Strike. Alrighty.
why not?
So possibly threatening the 14 damage turn here. Oh no, here we go. Okay. So this one is +2 damage, so it's just the 12 damage. Um, and then we're
Six.
going to arsenal the last card. So we're covering 6 of it. We're taking 1. But again, Fi blocked with 4 cards on a hand that offered 0 disruption. So it must have been. It looks like that was pretty awkward. He was holding a razor. I think he blocked with a razor reflex there. Brandon
Yeah,
did. I'm not 100% sure, but now Tarek's got another 5-card hand.
I'm surprised to see Razor
Um,
is that it's ran in Vi. He has so much innate go again with his attacks. I don't think he really needs it.
he does, but the fact that it is a react and can be sneaky helps against certain decks. I don't know if it necessarily helps against Oldhim, who has access to plentiful react of his own. But that being said, maybe you're running Razor as a tech to beat Ice React.
True.
Oh, here we go, Winter's Bite. And Brandon doesn't have Tunic to pay for it because we're running Flamescale Furnace instead.
Oh, Eruption is
We're
gone.
pitching Lava Burst,
Upper's gone.
knowing that we're not going to be able to keep enough cards to run it. We're playing Cranial Crush out, so we're threatening 8 damage, and we're possibly threatening to deny card draw here, turning off Art of Wars.
Oh, he just took it.
Indeed.
So Minnow was Belittle doesn't draw a card. It fetches the card, right?
No. Adding a card to your hand is different from drawing a card,
Yeah. So I think he
which
could.
is a very specific thing. And here we are.
Yep. A rules lawyer to the rescue. Yeah, he
Now,
could.
is that blue? Oh, no. That looks like a belittle pitch to play a belittle.
What color Belittle is that? That's I don't know. That's blue or
I'm
red.
assuming, I don't think people are running blues. It could be a red or it could be a yellow.
Yellow, yeah. And then
Unfortunately, the glare is making it a bit of a challenge.
glare is strong with this one.
So we are fully blocking this one out.
Yeah, usually we have something over the camera, but it was such a pain to get this camera set up today that well,
Yeah,
I'll see if I can do something. I know for top 8 we won't it won't be like this.
that'll be all right. We still understand what's going on. We know what's happening. Um, at this point, Tarek, you've got the life lead, which is rare enough against, or it's where you want to be against. By it's not necessarily rare.
Yeah.
Um,
Ooh, block with command
and
thunder.
at this point, you're probably happy to just block out. You've got that free damage prevention floating off of Crown. You've got the extra card in hand, and maybe you're
He might
you
ice
might
react
just be
now.
happy to sit back and swing Winter's Wail, Winter's Wail, Winter's Wail here.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna tuck it in the bottom of the deck. Come at him for the 1 or 2. It's 2, right? I think maybe. No,
No, it should still be one because
oh,
Red
he took
Belittle
it.
and uh, Red Rising Resentment both had
So he didn't want a pouncing links there. It looks like
no.
not
You
not worth. Oh, he's using
I mean,
Soul-Beam
choosing the
Strike.
moment where you pouncing links matters a lot. And here we see the third E strike coming off of Tarek.
At least you know they're
It's
gone. In this case.
yeah, they're gone, but you know what? In all honesty, there's still 2 other Spinal Crushes in there, right? There's still other Frost Fangs. I think there's still 2 C and Cs unaccounted for. There's no shortage of disruption in Tarek's deck.
Oh, I know.
And
I
in
just
all honesty, in most instances, if I'm a Fi, I'd be happy
Mm-hmm.
taking E-Strike. Oh, cool, I can eat some damage and return more. But Brandon chose to block with 4 cards because of that awkward hand in the turn where 2 E-Strikes were played against him. So it'll be interesting to see.
Okay,
This
this hand
hand
he's
he likes a lot better. We're going real low. We're getting into that, hammer, hammer, hammer territory if it comes to that.
revealing Soul Beat Strike.
We're seeing another Belittle turn, pitching a blue Fluster Fist, so there's going to be lots of resources available, which is telling Tarek that, Blizzard probably not going to be the best card in the world here. Using your second Stalagmite, probably not the best option in the world here.
We might
So
see.
we'll see how he navigates it.
We might see
And
a Ice
even
React.
Ice React, probably not the best option in the world here, which are normally, what Oldham likes playing against Fi.
I'd be really interested in seeing this Vi's deck list because I mean, this blue Soul Beat Strikes is in there, and I think that's Flustered Fist blue there as well.
Yeah, which I don't think are super, super rare and super uncommon because they are, blue block 3 ninja attacks that
Yep.
come in for 2 damage,
Mm-hmm.
um, which is, they're fine.
Oh,
Oh, we see Spinal Crush coming out for the block. So either, and there's Blaze Headlong coming in for 4.
with the go again.
Indeed.
I think he should be at 1 resource. Oh no, that's 0. Oh boy.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's a good card. 0 for 4 with Go Again. In the decks that run it, it's very handy. It's the efficient damage that Fi's really good at. We haven't really seen a massive combo
Sink.
turn from Fi's at all. So we're sink below, sinking. Taking 3 damage off of Searing Emberblade because we know the card we want to block the least because you can't Pouncing Links off of it.
He took it.
Well, your only alternative here would be offering an entire card or armor.
3. Does he block this
So
one?
we're seeing 3 off of the Soul Bead Strike. Interesting.
I mean, there's that Soul Beat Strike I was criticizing before coming in handy,
Yeah.
causing Tarek to really think on his
I mean,
move.
yeah, if you're Tarek, you've got a decent life lead, which is still dangerous. You're probably still blocking it and then just responding with a hammer, right? Because at this
Ah,
point, oh,
okay.
but we're giving it Snapdragon Scalers anyways.
I'll say nothing.
Oh no, oh sorry, that was a Razor Reflex, not a Snapdragon Scalers.
You know what?
All right.
He can get the Salt the Wound right now, but is it not better to
Uh,
throw out a? Oh, he already threw out a bird. Oh, eruption.
Lava Burst is better just because of how many attacks have
Oh
been
no, no,
blocked
you're
in his
right, right.
chain link.
I thought for some reason I thought there was
Yeah,
more than 3 hit.
and there you go. Brandon's Razor Reflex Gambit did pay off.
Both cards I've criticized actually came in handy.
Well, I mean, Soul Bead Strike could have been any blue ninja attack. It didn't really matter which one it was.
But it was Soul Beat that gave the
Um,
go again regardless. Such a good card.
well, Razor Reflex would have given it go again anyways, right?
Mm. So he lost a bunch of health there and brought himself back
Yeah,
potentially in this game.
you blocked with 3 cards and you still lost 9 life, and you're coming in with a hammer
Warm Hammer.
that,
So he
yep,
could block really with
you're
just a
not
sink
threatening the
below.
frostbite.
He could just sink below that. And yeah,
He
maybe
could.
he's going to want to because you don't want to just die to some dominated hammer. Or dominated
Yeah,
Amal or
the
anything.
issue is the fact that you're playing the sink below, or the fact that you drew the sink below means that, like, Fi's 3 card hands they're good, but they're not, you're not afraid of them when you're on 7 life. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because I mean,
Oh,
here
Links
Tarek's
is gone.
probably happy taking a bit of a reset. Block with 2 cards, maybe throw out some 2 card disruption, and then boom, you're right back in it. Talking with Macho Grande, a good option.
Get
You
that
know,
dominate out of here.
Brandon's still representing 3 armor actually between Shuko and the last point of Furnace there. So
Did he forget to
There's
pick
some
up his
strong
tunic?
options available, and there's that other Blaze Headlong, always so strong.
Oh wow. Okay, so he actually is going to get away with murder.
Yeah.
Very.
So I mean, Fi off of 3 cards is still threatening what 11 damage, which is just really good, broken up in inconvenient ways.
Hmm.
Tarek probably thinking about, how low how low does he want to go here, knowing that Brandon still has 3 points of armor up on the board.
He still has armor though too. He could just block with that hand, block with the shield, and use his
You
headpiece.
could, but that
At least the
you
headpiece and
could,
one
but
card.
yeah, I mean, you could go to 1, you could throw some armor at it, you could do a lot of things. I don't think you're committing the shield here because Brandon can just pay through the frostbite for Fi's ability anyways,
That's true.
because it would cost 0, making it cost 1 doesn't matter.
He had the legs though. At least he had the legs, chest piece, and arm, or legs, headpiece, and
Yeah,
arm.
but that chest piece is going up to 3 next turn, which means it becomes a free 1 damage prevention off of Crown anyways. Oh, interesting. Brandon choosing to Arsenal that Phoenix Flame because there wouldn't have been the damage bonus off of it from tearing Shuko.
Oh god, this card.
Oh,
It's
and
got
here we
sneaky
see
cards.
Spinal Crush coming out. Uh, yeah, we've got Spinal Crush coming out, and it's leaving Tarek without an arsenal, which
He
is, yeah.
he
So we are
just threw
blocking
it
with
all out
all
there.
of the armor, taking
Yep.
2 damage, which I think is an interesting choice. You could have kept your Flamescale Furnace to block a breakpoint on a hammer potentially later. But is that Engulfing Flame Wave? It is. Well, if that's a no-brainer block, I don't know what is. Tarek probably just debating about whether it's 2 cards or whether it's 1 card and some armor.
Hmm.
Because Brandon's arsenal is just that Phoenix Flame. So it's not like it's going to be threatening too much damage on the follow-up. There's no extra cards in hand because of the
The
block off the
table
Spinal
moved.
Crush.
And he did block efficiently on that last turn. Well, I think he could have kept one more card in his hand, but he did block as efficiently as he could the turn.
Yeah. Tarek here maybe looking for a bit of a reset. Block with 2 cards, swing a hammer, arsenal something, enjoy the benefits of Crown off the Tunic counter next turn. Or depending on how disruptive that hand is, maybe you block with 1 card, throw some armor at it, and then, you know, throw whatever disruption you've got to keep stripping 2, 3 cards at a time off of Brandon's hand as you slowly chip that life down
This one doesn't
until
have
you're
go
both
again,
playing
does
the
it?
same game.
This card doesn't have go again, does it?
Engulfing Flame Wave does. So
Oh,
it's
okay, yeah.
2 resources for 5 damage. If it hits, you can banish the top card of your deck. If it's an attack action card with cost equal to or less than the number of Draconic Chain Links you control, or sorry, less than the number of Draconic Chain Links you control, you can play for free. So basically, if this hits, Brandon could banish, one of those 0 for 3 go agains off the top of his deck,
And pay through
which
the
the deck is
ice.
most of the deck is that.
Hmm.
You definitely don't want to let this attack hit unless you're a gambling man, but I don't think Tarek is.
He has no arsenal, so he'd have to block. He could block with some armor now. At this point, I think he kind of have to.
Yeah,
One
the
card and two
issue
piece
is
of
that
armor. Yeah, he's
there's a
gonna do
lot of
that.
good 3 blocks in the deck.
He's doing exactly that. He's gonna block with the shield, the legs, and one from hand. Bring the damage down, or take no damage.
Shield is an interesting choice here because what is that frostbite doing for you? I
Hilariously,
I I,
if
I would be surprised if we saw a shield if we saw a stalagmite block this turn. To be honest,
he's got it queued up though,
yeah,
you could see
we're
the
we're thinking.
unfortunate. You could see the unfortunate here, which is if that's an ancestral empowerment, the arsenal. But we
If
know
it's
it's
an
not.
ancestral empowerment, you might still be able to pitch an earth card for that Oldhim react.
Yeah.
Uh, It's a Phoenix Flame, so we're paying through that Frostbite anyways. We're taking the 1 damage. We're not even blinking.
We're gonna see probably
Um,
hammer,
yeah,
cold hammer.
I mean, Stalagmite plays
Ooh,
around
wow.
Razor Reflex is what it does, right?
Oh wow. So
We're threatening Pummel. We've still got 2 cards in hand. I don't know.
we
The
haven't seen
issue
the
with
pummel
threatening
get pitched
Pummel at this
though.
point is it's a 1 card block. Fi's got 3 cards to deal 2 damage. It's very reasonable.
Maybe I would maybe just block for 3 and just if he got some pummel, if he's got it, he's got it, because he can push really hard right back. He's got
I mean, sure, but I mean, I think if you're branded, you block with 1 card. I mean, it is a pummel, right? What else would it be? I don't know. We're blocking with 2 cards. Very interesting. So we're making the pummel not even worth it. Arsenaling something, and then we're just going to try to find our chip damage here or there, which is tough to get in against Oldhim because of that Crown of Seeds. We got the Tunic counter. Oldhim still got 2
pitch. Yeah, there you go.
defense.
He's gonna be able to hit 3 times this turn as well. The 3, the sword. Oh wait, no, no, never
Is
mind.
he? No, because
No,
that's a Spreading Flames. We actually have to
yeah,
pay for that.
yeah.
This is
If it
it
hits, but
looked
he's
just
won't.
like a very blue hand from Brandon because we're pitching the Soul Bead Strike. We blocked with the blue Fluster Fist. It's unfortunate. Um,
He's got the whole grip.
yeah, Tarek's now got 5 cards in hand, preventing an extra 1 because he used that Tunic counter to cycle that Arsenal off a Crown of Seeds.
I think it might have been worth it just to oh no, because you don't want to be losing any health here. And at some point, if I can break through like the last little bit of damage here, it is possible.
Yeah, last turn I would have said Brandon's in a great position off of that no on hit pummel or no on hit hammer threatening a pummel play, but it just looks like the hand was too awkward, too many blues, not enough go again, not enough
Mm-hmm.
draconic to work with spreading flames. It just looks like it didn't quite line up. So you ended up blocking more than you wanted to, and now your 2 card hand on Fi is only coming in for 6 damage, which is below average. That's never what you want to see this late in the game when you're playing against a hero as efficient as Volden.
There's some spicy play here. This is when, because I feel that this is where how intense these games can get, which is where a lot of things are determined, right? Because
Yeah, when life is low, people are really thinking about it.
yeah, so
Oh,
you want to keep
so
that hand,
Tarek's Tarek's got some kind of 4 card hand,
some type of
possibly still
dominate.
holding on to that pummel,
Uh,
which is extra threatening if you're coming in for. Yeah, here you go. Autumn's Touch threatening a pummel for 9.
oh fudge.
I mean, at this point,
That's a
you
hell of a
know,
pommel too, because you will lose a card in your hand.
yeah, but I feel like you block with a 3 block. Maybe you end up going a 1, and then you just slowly see if you can chip your 1 damage through as Fi, right? Because if you do have that 0 for 3 go again sword swing Phoenix Flame off of 2 cards, the only thing you've got to deal with on the far side is that hammer, right? Um, and that requires Tarek, not getting that awkward thing that Oldhim gets surprisingly often of just 2 blocks in hand. That being said, that could be remedied by the Tunic still online. I mean, the catch-22 with late game pummels is, well, you have to take the damage, right? You have to take the damage. You have to discard it because if you overblock by enough, Tarek's just going to arsenal it and then have a 5 card hand next turn to blow you out with anyways. So
Yeah, so maybe the blocking for the 3, because he has also the reveal for the belittle in his hand.
oh, that could be big.
But it looks like he's leaning him more
But
heavily
then,
for the 2 card
yeah,
belittle.
if you block with a single card, and then
Pommel.
you can't pitch for belittle, play belittle, and
Yep.
then reveal.
So he's gonna block.
Unfortunately,
Oh man.
yeah. So we're blocking 4 or 5, one of the two.
And there's the
Yeah,
pommel.
there's the pummel coming out. We're discarding Brand with Cinderclaw, and we're taking a lot of damage. I mean, if you're Brand at this point, you're
If he arsenals, that game is done. He's gonna have to pitch and throw that out and get one
well.
card in hand.
It doesn't particularly matter because I mean, at this point, Tarek blocks with one card and then plays at absolute worst a blue 8 attack, right? Like, your options are more than available.
I think that's Okanold in his hand. I think,
Is it?
or I don't know. Well,
Well,
he's
if it
glacier.
is,
Oh no, no,
he can't use it anyways
it's
because you need
channel.
4 cards.
It's channel. It's gonna be a
Oh,
command and
okay.
conquer coming at his face. And yeah, yeah. So he could live this
Wow.
only because we know
If
what's in his hand.
yeah, if you're Brandon, you're pretty happy about this that you got a chance to live and that wasn't
Yeah.
Macho Grande or something along those lines, right?
Well, you see him
Or
block
no,
with
you wouldn't have
Macho
been able to
Grande.
hit for Macho
No,
Grande,
you block with that
but a bigger
glacier footsteps.
attack.
Yeah, yeah. So, but he's Ice React is gonna be his best friend at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
You know
Because
what?
Ice React
Can he
shuts
not
off
use
4
Fi's
damage.
can he not use Fi's instant? Just
He
no, never mind. It
well,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I mean, he could, but it wouldn't get you anywhere
Yeah, he just goes top of the
other
deck.
than putting a Phoenix Flame on top of your deck, right?
Yeah, never mind. You don't want that 0 block. I'm just
Yeah,
trying to see how
exactly.
you could get around the potential Ice React that's gonna be coming in, or not. Nope, never mind.
Yeah,
There it
there
is.
it is. Yeah, so there you go.
But he did. Now
And
black.
now Tarek's got 3 cards.
Terrence
Probably at
got
this
2
point
cards.
you're well 2 cards in hand and 1 card in arsenal, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, there it is.
There,
Glacial
it's
for
done.
I'm guessing whether it's 8 or 10. Brandon is blocking with just about everything. Yeah, there we go.
He had a bird in his hand. Damn.
Very unfortunate that Brandon drew that. Was it a triple blue hand at one point there to block out just things that you wouldn't otherwise block out as Fi?
That was a very close match, though.
It was indeed.
Probably a lot closer than a casual glance would have told you, because this game had a lot of turns. A lot of it leaned one way, towards 5 for a bit, but then there was a lot of time it was more in Tarek's
Yep. I mean, it's
handle.
sometimes your deck does well for you, sometimes your deck does poorly for you. Brandon, I didn't see an Art of War. Did you see an Art of War?
Nope, didn't see one pitch. Didn't see
Yeah,
one in hand.
that's unfortunate. That card's, or that card can be very, very good. It can also be very, very disappointing in this matchup. So
It
maybe
very
he didn't even bring it in.
it very well could have been. Just my own thought here. It could very well could have been worth it to have that Art of War at any of these junctures, because just banishing the card to get the extra card draw in your hand off of a tunic would help so much in a deck that's so punishing when you're overcommitting to blocks. You know,
Well,
so
that's just the thing, is that in this matchup, he didn't bring Tunic, he brought Flamescale Furnace. So you're valuing that extra armor over that Tunic counter, right?
mhm.
There you go. Tarek pulling it out. And we'll be right back with another exciting game. So Icelander, possibly Oldhim, we'll see.
All right, sorry, the microphone was turned off for a second there. Demos, you there? Yeah?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. So it looks like it's gonna be an Harry Potter Icelander, and I think I'm not sure who he's fighting yet or what he's fighting yet.
I saw a Winter's Bite getting shuffled into that 80, so it's some ice hero. I'm just not sure which ice hero.
Could it be? Well, he's not changed that life total yet.
That is true. So possibly we're going to see another Oldhim. So if it is the case, then between the six people we've seen two Fies, two Oldhims, two Icelanders, which I think goes to show how serious the greater Toronto area takes their fab, because there's very little room for some of those for fun heroes that we've seen having success in pro quests across the rest of the world.
Is that
But
a land from Magic? I think. I want to take a look at that.
I have no clue. All I can see is glare. But oh wow, Michael on the play, starting with an energy potion, which is a fantastic opening for Icelander.
All right, so it is a token proxy. It is not a magic land. It is actually literally
Ah,
frostbite. It's a picture of some sort of frostbite, and it is an Oldhim versus Icelander matchup.
all right. If it is an Oldhim versus an Icelander, Michael's probably happy getting that early energy potion out. Maybe it'd be a little bit better if it was an Insidious Chill, but that energy potion, being able to pump up the X value of Ice Eternal by that extra one on that final combo turn, if the game does go long, is massive.
Did he swing with a wand? I think he could have as well.
He could have, but swinging with the wand, you know, Oldhim always has enough um, Arcane Barrier to block it. You're only swinging for two, and you know you're giving them a chance to filter their hand. Right? You're not even taking cards out of their deck.
Yeah, and from what I understand, a
So
part of
here,
the sideboard guide with this matchup is you're wanting to get your frost hexes on deck as early as possible because Oldhim doesn't have a way to deal with them. He
yep.
can't get rid of them, I should
Well,
say.
some Oldhams these days are running Imperial Warhorn, which costs 2 action points and a bunch of resources, but it does destroy a Frost Hex and an Amulet or an Insidious Chill, so it can work out pretty well. So here we're seeing a Findle's Fighting Spirit coming out of the arsenal, so we're gaining 1 life. We're threatening that 7 damage after we took a little bit off of that blue Glacial Footsteps last turn.
Yeah,
So we're
sorry.
locking 3 with the CNC.
If the Oldhim is playing slowly, then you're gonna see turns that set up into frost hex. So like it's kind of one of those you gotta figure out how to adapt to their play, right? 'Cause your hypothermias will start to stop the arouse ancient or zealous beatings.
Yeah,
You can use your Crown Providence and to dodge Command and Conquerors with Pummel. I'm thinking, right? um,
yeah. Well, Michael's definitely shown up for the long game. He's brought the Heart of Findel. He started with the Energy Potion. Um, Interesting that Aaron. So Aaron, by using the one floating to block that rather than crowning that card out, is showing that he's valuing the arsenal. So whatever card he has in the arsenal is worth more to him than just blocking some damage and cycling it out. So we know it's not a useless blue card that maybe it could have been, because he did have the very blue hand on turn one, pitching 2 blues and playing a third.
Sink below.
But we know now it's something valuable. It's something worth keeping.
And he did get the better of that. I mean, he did. Oh my goodness, is that yeah, Insidious Chill.
Yeah,
Oh, and
so
then he
Insidious
pitched the
Chill
Frost Hex.
pitching the Frost Hex, interestingly enough.
He might want to be able
I
to
mean, you,
control his hands too, so that if he wants to
yeah,
get the Frost Hexes on board while have Frost Hex on board while giving him Frostbites and get rid of his hand, that might be what he's doing. Just a guess.
yeah. I mean, realistically, Insidious, you're going to need both Insidious Chill and Frost Hex if you are going to win at the very, very end, pumping out your Ice Eternal for,
Yeah.
6 or whatever it is.
Hmm.
That being said, Insidious Chill is probably the better option that gives you more flexibility to get to that stage, right?
And we are seeing our
Uh,
second it's a Spinal Crush.
oh, we are seeing our second Spinal Crush, and we're seeing
Oh,
another Insidious Chill come
oh
out here. So
boy.
we're not
It's
seeing a lot of tempo plays from Michael yet, but
long
we've
game.
seen a very well set up board here.
Yep.
The question really just becomes, how much damage is it going to cost him to set these things up?
Hmm.
Because Aaron, even with that frostbite, does have enough resources to play out a pummel. If that's a blue in his hand and then a pummel in his arsenal, if he decides it's worth it. That
So,
being said, even if he's not, Michael's still staring down 9 damage with only 3 cards left in hand.
it's very surprising to
But
see Aaron and Michael playing this early because these are usually two top eight contenders that you see in a lot of the tournaments around the GTA area, and to see them fighting against each other in Game 3 is a nice taste to what would have been a top 8 match, another ProQuest.
I think realistically, with the quality of players in the
Oh,
area,
Ice Vein.
and there's 32 people at this event today. How many of those people have top aided a calling, a nationals, a battle hardened, or some bigger flagship event? So we're
Aaron
taking a
has.
lot of damage off
Has
of that spinal crush.
Aaron has, hasn't he? I think so. Ooh,
Yeah. So
two
we
of those.
what card did we pitch to play that? Oh no, sorry. We're using Tunic and Energy Potion to play the Aether Ice Vein.
Smart.
Interesting.
He's keeping
So
his hand.
yeah, so Michael here is clearly valuing this tempo play significantly, knowing that we're stripping 2, possibly 3 cards out of Aaron's hand here, depending on how he decides to block this.
He can get rid of 4 at most, though, right? Oh no, it's one-handed, so he gets the. This weapon's a one-handed weapon, is it not? And so he would use no
Winter's
shield.
Wail is one-handed,
Yeah.
so Oldham's, a lot of times will run Arcane Barrier 3 off of the gloves, the boots, the lantern, and then you can use Crown of Seeds
Yeah.
as a 4th.
Yeah.
Um, So yeah, you do still end up taking some chip damage on Aether Ice Veins, but the important thing is you can always block out the opportunistic waning moon that really threatens you
Hmm.
to at the end game if you're not at the Frost Hex Ice Eternal end state.
But the way if that's a blue, I'm not sure if that's a blue or a red or a yellow ice vein. If it's a red, then I think we're seeing some cards exchanging in hands. Yeah, he is pitching.
Yeah,
Well, he did take him off a lot of his. They completely changed the tempo there, and he's gonna get the Amulet of Ice out now.
yeah. So Amulet of Ice is now in the arsenal, which is good. You've got 2 Insidious Chills on the board, so you're going to be stripping cards periodically. You can get that Amulet of Ice out nice and easy,
Take him up
and
to
that will allow you to strip a card when you want to strip a card, rather because it has that you may activate it whenever you want, so long as you have Ice Fuse that turn. Whereas Insidious Chill is you must.
now. It's gonna be whether or not he's gonna throw the wand out, which he can, and
Yeah,
it's free damage at this point.
I mean, at this, yeah, I mean, yeah, damage is damage at this point, right? Aaron has nothing floating, uh, and
Oh, and he
you're
chooses to block. So smart. He took did absolutely nothing and snuck 3 damage in.
well. So yeah, you've knocked out the frostbite. You can play out that a
What's this
wounded
one?
bull.
Yep, wounded bull coming in
Yeah,
for 8.
8 damage, and just like that, tempo's reset, life totals are really close, and Michael's got a good board. He's got a really
GG.
good board set up. I think the only downside that we're going to see now is no arsenal here. So there's
Yeah.
a chance that Aaron can swing back and try to get a little bit of that tempo, or as much as possible,
Oh, that
depending
is
on.
not Arknight. Not the no lantern. That's the shield.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that is a stalagmite. Interesting.
Well, I
So
mean,
I mean, yeah, Icelanders these days are running. They are running attack, so you're going to get value out of that 3 armor. one way or the other. It's just, do you value 3 armor, or do you value blocking out? But it looks like Aaron's going for such an aggressive plan here. I don't think we're going to see the Imperial Warhorn tech from him.
Yeah, I think
Um,
this is really a warlock here because she's feeling like warlock because she's gonna be hitting you with physical damage as often as she's hitting you with arcane damage, right? So and it's
yeah,
not wrong to throw a frostbite on him. If the block resolves, I think he has to pay extra for the waning moon. I guess it's really good to block on the counter move.
no, it's really not that. The amount of times Icelander that frostbite matters against Icelander is maybe if they're hitting you with Scar for a Scar, and then they want to play maybe an Amulet of Ice or anything else afterwards. But other than
Ooh,
Scar for a Scar, it really just it blocks for 3.
he
Um,
blocks with frost
oh,
hex.
interesting. So if we are seeing blocks with frost hexes, that might provide Aaron a window to shift gears, slow things down a little bit,
Well,
and go a little bit more on the defensive here. Because even with only Arcane Barrier 2, you can use that crown to do a lot of work for you.
he also is on another wounding bowl. He also could be looking at it like you should be trying to adapt your play, right? With 2 Spinal Crush
Absolutely.
turns and 2 Glacial Footstep turns back to back to back. I mean, that's a lot of damage that's punching through. So it might be better to go for hand disruption in that case, right?
Yeah. So that card that's been in Aaron's arsenal for a long time is now gone off of the tunic and crown. So
Not
maybe we
bad.
got a bit of an awkward hand, maybe a couple too many reds, maybe just not what we wanted to see.
And it's a turn with 5 cards though.
Yeah,
Or he ends
because
that
that
exchange. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, that instant tunic resource is quite handy at breaking frostbite sometimes. If there is um, a frost hex on the board, or even just to help get around those annoying pay 2 or discard a card effects off of Insidious Chill and Amulet of Ice, because then you can pitch a blue and use tunic to cover it. So we're covering all 8 damage off the Wounded Bull. Once again, sacrificing the potential value of that Frostbite, which is hard to really get value out of in this matchup, anyways. Aaron coming in for Enlightened Strike for 7, presumably, and going to end up with an Arsenal card.
Uh, Jeez, there's a lot of card flashing that goes on in here. Look, now he knows hypothermia is there. Ooh,
Yeah, that's
probably
Cold
casting one spell.
Snap. Not relevant. There isn't an Arsenal card, but it does allow Michael to draw, and it will allow Waning Moon to hit.
Yep. I mean,
So
that's the whole point,
then the
I
question
guess.
is, do you care more about this life? No, we care more about the Arsenal.
It is a
Also,
signed waning moon, by the way.
ooh, very nice.
Signed waning moon, and he's actually, I just noticing now that his Insidious Chills are also signed.
Ah,
You gotta love the
I
maximum
have
swag,
not.
right?
Well, yeah, it's an important thing. It's also a great way to show that you've been to some of the other big events that I know Michael has gone around to.
You know what? I've also noticed that I would surprised with the number of foils that players are actually playing in their deck, since playing with foils in your deck can be somewhat risky because they will Pringle, right? I've seen every ice deck show up with the four promo foils of their respective cards, right? Or the cold foil of the cards. So we got is that a sync below? What is that card?
That looks like a sink below, so
Yeah.
we're willing to take 3 damage here. And so we traded 3 on Waning Moon for 3 on Enlightened Strike. Aaron ends up with the Arsenal, and Michael's got 3 full cards in hand. So are we going to
And
see
there's the fuse.
a fused Aether Icebane? That's, I was going to say, the best use of 3 cards that Michael could have. So we are once again stripping away as much of Aaron's hand as possible.
You get rid of
We've
the whole
still got
thing.
counters on Insidious,
You get rid
and
of the
if we
whole
want
thing.
to rip away more, we can just pop Amulet of Ice.
Yeah, he can get rid of the whole thing because he's got 2, 4, 6, and I think that's a red one. 8, demanding 8 if it hits.
Yeah.
But he can get at least 6 resources out of his hand. plus whatever he pitches to not take damage.
Yeah, I think you probably save the Amulet of Ice for, a bigger moment. Maybe when your Insidious Chills are gone, because what Oldhim can do with a two-card hand and what Oldhim can do with a one-card hand are pretty similar. What
Yeah.
you really want to do is you just want to keep them off the big four-card hands where we're seeing, E-Strike into a big attack or just, a dominated Glacial Footsteps, anything with a pummel. Those are the things you'd really be afraid of, because that's what's really scary when you're at 14 life.
He
But overall, I think Michael's probably pretty happy about his spot right now.
discarding. Oh yeah, he used ice. Yeah, he discarded a Command and Conquer and a Spinal Crush. So now we know all three Spinal Crushes are out of the deck at the very least, and one Command and Conquer.
Which is
Okay.
fine. Spinal Crush is good because it's 9 damage on an attack that's playable,
Hmm.
but it's not. Icelander doesn't use that go again.
Yeah,
You know,
of course.
it.
But it doesn't hurt to just start keep tabs on it, right? That's like
Yeah,
how many of these big bully attacks am I gonna see that can be pummeled very
for
easily?
sure. Okay, there we go. So we're preventing some of the arcane on the follow up there,
If he
and
has no
it's
hand,
yeah. So do you swing the hammer for 4 here?
he swings the
Oh
hammer
no,
for zero.
we're passing priority. We know it's going to be Aether Hail into Waning Moon because we saw the fuse last turn. Ouch.
Very
Aaron
aggressive.
paying 5 life for the privilege of that arsenal, leaving Michael with another, I would imagine, good 3-card hand. It's either going to be an 8 damage attack and then something. Yeah, so we've got an attack worth 8 points and then another arsenal here.
Final Smiting
Very
Spirit.
quickly, this game is turned around because of the strength of those Insidious Chills and that Amulet of Ice. And also that energy potion. It's really just,
Turn one energy
that,
potion.
yeah, that board state that Icelander can develop is just so good. It's so versatile. Everything happens at instant speed, or at the very least before your opponent can react to it in terms of the Insidious triggers. There are reasons both of these decks have been hit with nerfs recently.
Well, Icelander's certainly been making the most of it. Most of these cards today. Insidious Chill is another card with in Challenge Like that people are complaining to have taken out of the game. But I think you needed Oldhim and Icelander as strong as they were, and will still be, so that we don't get a Cheerios format.
Yeah, I mean, Insidious Chill is a crazy strong card.
You gotta pay
I
three for it.
mean,
No go again. It's not as bad as Amulet of Ice.
yeah, it's very powerful. It does come at a very real cost, right? It costs an action point. Well, if you're anybody other than Icelander, it costs an action point. It costs 3 resources. But once it's out, it's good. So we're seeing, is that Red Thunderquake
I don't know.
for 10 damage? Which is, these are exactly the hands that you want to be playing against Icelander because, you can't, even if Icelander Ice Fuses now, you have no cards to discard. You can't, you might take some damage, but that's really all you can do. So we're seeing a block for 8. We're using the gauntlets. We don't want to go too low on life here.
Not bad. I like it.
Yeah, it restarts the count on that tunic so you can get more value out of it in the future. Um, we're seeing another wounded bull come out here. So it was, Michael didn't have the disruption arsenal. So even though Aaron did, the great thing, which was play something that Icelander doesn't have a window to disrupt, uh, the wounded bull is coming back. Anyway, so we're taking a little bit of damage here.
Two, yeah. That is such it feels so BM, right? To feel like you've done a lot. She's had to block a lot, and then she just smacks you back for an additional 8 damage. It just,
It's an efficient card, and
yeah,
Icelander can get away with it because every card in the deck that every card in the deck either blocks for 3 or draws Icelander a card. Right? I'm pretty sure the only Well, no, there are some ice cards in there that block too, but all your wizard cards block three, which is most of them. The vast majority of your blues block three, other than the ones that you really want to get out of the board. Cold Snap and Polar Blast both draw you a card, so if you can get them into Arsenal, they give you that delayed defensive value while still letting you swing your Waning Moon. The deck blocks really, really well. And because of that, you can run, those two block generics like Scar, like Wounded Bull, like Fighting Spirit.
Hmm.
So we're seeing, is that Aether Hail out of Arsenal? Or was that Cold Snap? I can't quite tell what the card art is.
Um, shoot, it's gone already. I think it was
But
Cold Snap.
either way,
It was Cold Snap.
yeah, we're
And the tunic counter is now at 2.
yeah. So that would have been a Cold Snap because Michael still got four card hand.
Yeah, and as it's closer to the counter, we can see it is Cold Snap.
Yeah, and there we
As
go.
it
We're seeing
is.
another Ice Vein, and that's going to be the majority of Aaron's hand gone again
Is it
because those
Red Ice
Insidious
Vein?
Chills. Finally, though, those Insidious Chills are gone. They've gotten an enormous amount of value, but now Aaron can maybe take half of a breath. Now that we don't need to worry about Insidious Chill, we just need to worry about Stormstriders.
For now. There's still an Amulet of Ice in the deck, and one more Insidious
Yeah.
Chill. But they're not present, and that requires setup in turn.
Yeah, but at this point, if you're playing Insidious Chill out, you're taking a good amount of damage, or at least giving up a good amount of damage to do so. And at 13 life, Aaron's probably decently happy if Michael is taking that tempo loss to play an Insidious Chill. But that's all hypothetical. Right now, Aaron's dealing with the very real situation of finding a way of paying somewhere between 6 and 9 resources to avoid discarding his whole hand and taking all that damage. So we've paid 1 for Crown of Seeds, we've paid 2 for each of those 2 Insidious Chills, and we've paid to block out some of the Aether Icebane, took a bit of damage, left the 2 floating.
He should still have a card or two in his hand, right? Yeah, he's got 2. So he can
Yeah,
do.
he should
Oh,
have
but
2 cards because of
he's
Crown of
got.
Seeds, but there's still another 3 arcane damage coming in, and Aaron is finding himself behind by, a turn cycle and a half.
Yeah.
He's lower on life.
And
He's
tunic
got
four
1
block for
card in
3.
hand, and Michael's happily got that arsenal.
He's got Ice Dart in his hand, and he's a quick hand shuffler, so I can't really see what else is going on there. Oh, and he's got
Yeah.
2 Ice Veins.
And Aaron doesn't know what's in Michael's arsenal because that normally you see what it is based off of what's fused with Aether Ice Vein, but Aether Ice Vein fused with an Ice Bolt that was then immediately pitched to pay for Waning Moon. So it is properly a mystery card in Michael's arsenal. So depending on what that disruption is, Aaron may have to navigate this. If it's disruption or if it's damage, may cause Aaron to navigate this differently. But he's got to make that gamble.
I have often found that it is um, a sign of a player's understanding of this game when you are keeping your hidden your cards your card information in the hidden zone is with as little to be read into as possible, which I
Oh,
find is
absolutely.
just notice these sleeves that he's using are those viable.
So Aaron with 2 cards opting to pass, Michael letting him do so. We're just trying to push a little bit of damage with Ice Bolt, maybe strip some cards out of Aaron's hand again here. And we're really at the, start chipping down a little bit stage.
Did he pass priority
He passed priority with 2 cards left. Michael let him Arsenal, so now Michael's swinging back with this
for his own turn?
4 card hand. Yeah. Um, and Aaron, taking a bit of damage, but otherwise coming out of the turn probably pretty happy, relatively speaking. So now it's his turn. He's got 3 cards and he's got an arsenal. Playing Channel Lake Frigid, which is interesting. It is an expensive play, but it forces Michael to decide, am I going to do something big now? Oh, yeah, no response to that. So Michael's going to be paying a bit extra going forward. That makes it that much harder to come in for that kill with Storm Striders. Aaron may have bought himself a little bit of extra time here.
Never hurts to have a channel on the board.
No, it does not. That being said, it does come, it comes at a meaningful opportunity cost because, you play out a channel like Frigid, that's 5 resources, depending on the scenario, that you could otherwise be using to block arcane damage, or, that's 6 block that you could be using to cover a wounded bull. Not that that happened last turn, but, there is a meaningful opportunity cost of playing channel like Frigid. We're seeing Sink Below, yes, pitching for it because Channel Lake Frigid is active, sinking a card, so, effectively a 2-card block from Michael there.
Not a slap in the face is if he can pitch a 3 to play another wounded blow.
Well, he wouldn't be able to pitch 3. He'd have to pitch 2 cards, because he can't even use Tunic, because Channel makes everything cost 1 more.
You're right.
Which, if your opponent's committing 3 cards to deal 8 damage...
Oh,
okay.
That's interesting.
Well, so it looks like I'm assuming this is going to be draw a card, hoping to get something good to Arsenal, right?
It is not. He keeps the card in the arsenal. He wants the. Wait, what is going on here? So is he?
I think that tapping of the fingers is him deciding which mode to choose.
Oh, okay. Draw the card.
Yeah. So it looks like we're choosing draw a card.
Much better to get that potential arsenal as well. You need to be able to continue to pressure Fear.
Yeah.
Okay, can Oldham not?
So we're taking 2 damage. Aaron going progressively lower, relying on that Channel Lake Frigid to try to stop too much damage coming in on the next turn cycle here.
Now, is Ice React not viable in this matchup when he's got no arsenal?
Yeah, it depends what he's got in arsenal, and that Michael chose not to arsenal there, so we drew something, maybe a little bit awkward, maybe, I don't know, a Brothers in Arms or something like that, right? Something that you really don't, because even if it was a non-attack action, you probably just arsenal it, because you're going to be using Storm Striders this turn or the next. Oh, are we fusing an Endless Winter? That is a great play at this juncture. This guarantees that Michael is iced out of another turn or is going to be going very, very low. And we're still threatening a pummel here as well. If you're Michael, do you just...
What?
Yeah, if you're Michael, do you block 3 cards, hope it's not a pummel, and then arsenal the last one and hope Channel dies? Or do you play worst case scenario and you give 4 cards knowing that even if it is a pummel, you're covering it, you're not taking damage, you're not discarding that last one, and, even if you overblock, Aaron is still incentivized to play out the pummel to get that second ice card in arsenal in order to keep Channel alive.
What is he? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Not bad.
Oh, okay, so we're pitching to play Brothers in Arms, so we're blocking 7 damage, which generates 2 Frostbites.
Yeah.
Because of the effect.
And it's better just maybe to Arsenal now than... Oh.
And, yeah, there is the pummel.
Oh, damn.
So we're taking 5 damage. Channel Lake stays alive 1 more turn, which is going to be relevant because it'll be alive on Aaron's next turn. Which would be a time where, Michael may be considering Storm Striders. And, I just saw Aaron draw an Enlightened Strike and a pummel, which could be...
anything.
Could be an awkward hand, or it could be E-Strike 5, go again, and then pitch, and then hammer, or no. you can't E-strike go again and then pummel a hammer on that. You're one card short. So we've got the 5 go again here. We're starting to see, is that Crown of Providence that's blocking out there?
Yep.
Interesting.
You can
So we're seeing the full block on the 5.
sculpt his hand a little bit here. Yeah. Maybe hoping for a sync
Yep.
blow or just something he can Striders out with.
And we know Channel Lake Frigid has to die here.
Yeah.
Michael's probably breathing a little sigh of relief that this 4-card hand is only threatening 9
But
damage.
he okay, 1, 2. He could still pummel out here as well with that ice card. Oh, and he's probably going to as well. Oh no, what? You maybe have them
No,
pitch.
he can't afford the pummel. He's only got 1 card in hand. He can't pitch for it
Okay, sorry, yeah.
and play it. But yeah, we saw the Tunic go, which is interesting. Oh, that's why. Because if we did get the Frostbite, I was going to say Tunic counter normally can counteract a Frostbite pretty effectively. But if all we're doing here is Energy Potion, Michael is setting up for trying to push as much arcane damage to close this game out as possible between the Energy Potion, the Storm Striders, and now with an Arsenal card. Yep. So we're seeing Aaron take a very cautious approach here. Presumably it's the pummel that is now in Arsenal.
Yeah.
So, you know, Michael is aware that he's being threatened with lethal damage here.
He could just accept the damage, and then when he goes to pummel, he can crack back and try to kill him because he would have had to have paid 2 more resources and only have 1 resource hanging, 2 in hand, 1 in hand.
Well,
or not.
Oh, so we've got Amulet of Ice at instant speed here, which creates a Frostbite. So pummel would cost 3 at this point. But that being said, Aaron has a lot of cards in hand. Aaron's got 3 cards in hand still. He drew to full, and all Michael did was play an Energy Potion. So we're blocking with an Insidious Chill. So even if this is pummeled, we know that Michael's going to be surviving on at least 2 life, which gives you 3 cards. Maybe you can Ice Vein, force that Amulet out, Arsenal another card, chip a couple more damage through, and then try next turn to get your Storm Striders. If you can Arsenal some type of arcane damage, maybe. Yeah, the pummel comes out. So we've still got 2 cards to block any arcane damage that is coming through. And the problem here is that Frostbite is going to cost Aaron, is going to make, if Aaron's turn is to play out that hypothetical Aether Ice Vein, that would also cost the Energy Potion as well.
Likely Arsenal pass. Well, he actually can pitch through it.
Yeah, he can pitch through it, and it's
kind of a waste of his resources, though. He could just wait.
You can definitely do something with 3 cards. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Could always hard to find, though. So we've seen the second cycle of the deck now. We're on the cycle 2 now. Because he pitched out hard, I think, right at the beginning of the game. Did he not? I think it was one of the first cards he pitched.
And, at this point, Aaron's playing it well, right? We've seen it slow down a lot. He took that turn off. He entirely passed the turn, 2 cards in hand, Arsenal the card. We've seen him just swing a hammer, nothing else for the turn, threatening the pummel, which he did end up playing out, but, keeping more than enough resources to block the arcane damage that Michael could be threatening at this point. So, yeah, here we're seeing, Crown of Seeds, pitching a blue allows you to fully block this if you want to. Yeah, so Ice Bolt's blocked out. Aaron's happy slowing down the pace of this game here. Energy Potion to swing Waning Moon for 2 resources. For only 2 damage, because it is Michael's turn. Pushing that extra 2 damage. Is it worth taking it? Is it worth stripping a card? If you're Aaron, you're thinking, how low can I go before Storm Striders definitely kills me? If Michael's trying to Arsenal Emeretta Scolding, it's a lot scarier than if you were trying to Arsenal anything else.
Is that a hard? It's a hard to find out in his hand as well.
Is it?
Yeah,
Interesting.
it is
That
also hard
that
right.
could really mess with some math.
And I'm pretty sure he's gonna. Well, does he want to pitch it now?
He doesn't want to pitch it now because he wouldn't gain a life from it.
Yeah,
What he would want to do is he would want to wait for whatever the instant speed blue coming out of Michael's arsenal is, plus the waning moon, and then maybe he pitches it to block out if Michael tries to go for the kill with the Storm Striders next turn
yeah.
to throw off that math by one, which a lot of times at this level of play is enough. Counting exact is ensuring that you're getting every bit of value out of it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So we're just pitching the heart here.
So he must have something else in mind that we're not seeing. Like
He
maybe,
might just want the zero block out of his hand in
yeah,
case that, some awkward eight comes in, right?
yeah.
Because you're not threatening too much with this hammer. You're slowing it down, you're slowly chipping,
What's a warm hammer now?
yeah. I mean, either way, you're enjoying the fact that Michael doesn't have the super strong board that he did when those Insidious and the other amulet were on the board, right? Back in the beginning half of this game.
And you gotta give a lot of credit to Aaron here for having the patience and wherewithal to endure the insidious chills and amulets of ice that he had to fight through this entire time.
Absolutely. So now,
Ooh,
oh, we're seeing interesting. So we're seeing
no
it
pitch,
just for zero.
just so he can hit him with this and then make him lose a card at the end. Because the life is very low now.
Yeah. At this point, you have fused. You do have that Amulet of Ice trigger. Do you use it now?
I think this
That's
is
the
where we
question.
see.
I think it depends. I think it depends on whether or not Aaron blocks out this waning moon.
Do you think he will just take 3 damage?
Yeah, because going down to four is scary.
But if he doesn't, regardless, he's gonna lose a card in his hand at the end of the turn because he did that for a reason. He fused for a reason, so a card's getting.
Possibly. I mean, that being said, depending on what you've got in your arsenal, like if you've got, Aether Ice Vein in your arsenal, I think you leave Amulet of Ice for now,
Then,
right?
well, why
So we're
would he do
taking
it
the
from his
two
hand?
damage.
No, yeah, there you
Yeah.
go.
So now
I
we're
figured.
seeing that because Michael doesn't want Aaron to keep that nice 5 card hand that he's indicated that he's wanted.
I think now we see Snap. Snap from Arsenal is what we're gonna see now.
You think? Cold Snap from Arsenal may not be a bad play to be
Oh
honest,
no, I meant
because
just the snapback.
oh snapback. Oh man.
It's a good thing that's
That
not legal, right? Because that the red, you could just throw out the red from your hand for absolutely no cost. Rough.
it's it's such a good card.
Yeah,
Instant speed damage. Who'd have thought? It's powerful.
just for nothing. All right, so and he's gonna fuse Endless Winter.
Using an endless winter. So yeah, we're threatening the pummel. Did we reveal a blue? I'm assuming we revealed the blue off the ice card on the fuse there. So you know that Aaron's got resources to pay through here.
Oh, Emeritus Scolding.
Oh,
I love
okay.
this.
So
I
it
love this.
was Emeritus scolding.
I love this.
Michael
It's
is in the position that he wants to be in.
that he does have red pummel in his hand too, so he's gonna pitch to 3, and he can get rid of nothing from his hand. Takes 2.
Yeah.
We're gonna see a very quick Storm
Storm
Striders
Striders.
to pop down another Emeritus Scolding.
Yep, that's
What?
it.
I think he knew it was over there because right after this is gonna be it's gonna be the waning moon, and that is just wow.
Yeah. Well, he couldn't even block the 4 of the Emeritus Scolding because he only has 2 Arcane Barrier and only 2 resources floating. That was exact lethal. And the Waning Moon could have come over for the overkill if necessary.
And he had no arsenal either.
Yeah, well, the Endless Winter came out of the arsenal, right? So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're correct. He's hung in there right to the very bitter end. That was well played.
indeed.
Well played. All right, folks, we're going to be right back. Sure, Dingles wants to use the washroom or have a drink of water, so we'll be right back with some more games.
Sounds good. Yeah, no, no, all good.
All right, we are back. Um, we are going to. I'm sorry, give me a sec. So I change the names up here. You there, Demos? I did. Well, there'll be a character that's different, but I looked around and there was mostly not the heroes that we were potentially looking for. At least interesting matchups. There was one. Both the players they were already well deep into wanting to get into their game here. So we're gonna see a matchup at least that I'm familiar with, as I got my cut my teeth against Demos here, fighting against every week this Bravo.
Insanely well. But the game's gotten faster and faster, and Bravo, in some aspects, has been left behind just because of the flexibility that Oldhim offers.
I, on the other hand, hate this character with a burning passion, but that's okay. It's not about me. It's not about Demos. It is about these guys rolling dice, and we're starting off strong with an 8 from the Icelander.
Indeed.
And in this matchup, I'm just thinking,
So is Braden playing Icelander? I can't
Braden
remember.
is playing Icelander.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we've
I
got
think he
Braden
was
back
on the
on playing
screen.
Icelander.
He was on earlier today
Yep, he
as
was on one
well.
of our earlier rounds for sure.
Yeah. Let's see here. So. I mean, I think this is a practice matchup for the Icelander player as well, at least from what I've observed. Um, he's probably gonna want to go first. I think Icelander you want to go first in this matchup, at least
Oh,
from my
always. Yeah,
notes.
you can.
It's
I mean,
actually
both these heroes really want an arsenal, or they really want to play an aura or an item out turn one, right?
you know
So everybody wants to go first.
in addition to that, this is the same thing with the Zealous Belding and Rouse the Ancients and throwing on the Frost Hex. It's pretty much the same match approach. Would only you don't have to worry about the you're gonna be worrying about more aggressive pummels and dominated cards than you would be with the Ultim in this matchup. But and no ice. There's no ice. So I think actually she may have. Wait, is it? Oh yeah, he has Arcane Barrier. I think maybe this might be an easier matchup for Icelander than Oldhim.
It, it, it,
There's no
it
Crown of
depends,
Seeds.
right? So Bravo does have access to the dominate. However, that's an expensive dominate, right? It costs two. It also provides something for Icelander to react towards. Wow, this is a pretty good start. Um, Bravo's going to be able to push 13 damage here. We can pitch that Macho Grande after this rouse. We're getting some damage through, and
Ooh,
we still
ay,
get to
ay,
the
ay.
arsenal that CNC.
So the Icelander went second,
It looks like, yeah,
and I think
maybe.
he'll pitch for the that card there in his hand, the one that gives you life. I'm sorry.
Is that Oasis Respite that
Yeah,
he's holding?
he's gonna Oasis the hammer. Because I mean, why wouldn't you? Yep. And he gave
Yeah.
himself one life. Well, he lost a life. It doesn't.
Gain one life and then take. Well, you gain one life and then you take two because the hammer's coming in for six, right?
Oh, you're right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that
Yep.
is a good hand.
So
But
you know
and
what?
we would not. Mhm.
If you're Bravo, you're pretty happy you pushed two damage and you got to Arsenal a CNC. Which
Needs to
even
make sure that
though
never comes
Icelander
on the board.
cycles out that Arsenal fast enough, it
Oh,
can be pretty useful because sometimes,
Aether Ice Vein.
surprisingly often, you'll see them Arsenal Findle's Fighting Spirit, you'll see them Arsenal Wounded Bull,
I think we're gonna see Aether
or
Ice
they'll
Vein
just Arsenal
turn
a
one.
Tinkerlu.
His turn one's gonna be Aether Ice Vein. He's got the red one in his hand. He's gonna pitch. Oh, whoa! I was wrong. I would say nothing. I'm just gonna be quiet now. And then there's the
Was that
three.
Yeah, we're developing the Insidious. It's such a good
It's better.
card. It gives you so much value.
It's definitely better. What I have would have done, so it is the better. I would have maybe tried to kill his hand, but this is
Yeah,
actually better because you want your Insidious. You want your Aether Ice Veins to come out with Insidious Chill on the board or some other hand disruption. Otherwise, you're just getting rid of potentially two, but they could just pay it out. So this is better.
yeah. I think Peyton just remembered that he doesn't have tectonic plating. He instead has tunic, because I saw that seismic surge get pulled out. Yeah, so here we go. There's Command and Conquer coming out. I mean, Braden knew what was being arsenaled, right? So I doubt that he would have arsenaled anything that could fall victim to this. Odds are we're going to see whatever's in there come out at instant speed. But if Peyton does pummel this, you're threatening the discard. You're forcing the play, and you're pushing 10 damage.
Maybe he takes six. Take six, and then oh no, but that's well, I don't know what's in his arsenal. So he's got a enlightened strike in his hand, and okay, so he's gonna block the five. Oh no, what? He's lost his arsenal.
Well, unless he's playing it out at instant speed right now, right? Oh, but we're
Oh, as a react. So
oh, okay. We pitched to play Oasis Respite. That's what happened. Which I mean, again, you're using three cards. Well, I guess theoretically you're blocking 8 damage because you gained 2 life after covering that.
mhm.
Oh, and we're heaving. Is that looks like a thunderquake? I wonder what color it is.
It is unlucky. It's a red. Biggie boy coming in. That is but usually that one's a blue, is it not? I don't know if I'm remembering correct. Is it discard a card or pay one?
Yeah. So it looks like we're triggering Coronet's Peak, and we're paying one on the CNC.
So he's down there with two blues. Three blues actually, depending on where it lands. Oh, he's got a Frost Hex in hand as well.
He does. It just becomes a question of is it. I mean, you've still got all your life total. You know,
Aether Ice
is it worth developing that board to get to that end game state? Possibly. Um, but those seismic surges have triggered, which provides Braden an opportunity to respond.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
So
Discard a
that's an
card.
ice vein being fused there. It looks like
Yep.
coming out of Arsenal. So
And
you
he's going to
know
put
it
Frost
would.
Hex in Arsenal now.
Yeah. Well, maybe depending on. You may also just block with the Frost X.
He could.
So we're
Yeah.
we're paying everything to block out that ice vein.
Three.
Wait, but then what? How do we have two floating?
I think it just says go. Or no. He's taking two.
Oh, gotcha. He's taking the damage and then is going to be using the two remaining off of the tunic. Okay. And then there comes the Thunderquake for 10.
Damn.
It is a great play.
So strong. He lost two cards though for this. But I mean it's 10 damage.
I mean, it's necessary, right? It lets you move 3 resources from last turn where you had the extra onto this turn where you were using those same 3 resources to deal with not discarding a card. So, you know, it allows you to actually make this same play. Ooh,
Oh,
we're taking all that damage.
so
So,
it wasn't 10. It was I think
so it would have been the blue. It was just the 8. All right.
okay. Oh,
Now we've
use
got
get rid of
another
that.
Aether Ice Vein, triggering another Insidious Chill, and we're seeing that Frost Hex pitched. Yeah, it's usually a pretty tough sell to, pardon me, to take 8 damage and then also commit immediately afterwards to pushing out your Frost Hexes, because
Yeah.
each one of those you push usually takes a bit more life.
So in this matchup, she's wanting to attack the hands as much as she can, right?
It it depends. There's an ebb and flow of the game, and there's an ebb and flow of which decks people have brought.
Yeah.
You know, there are ways that Bravo can play very long games against Icelander, even through that triple Frost Hex setup. Right? You're running Tunic, you bring Sigils of Solace in order to break it, and you really just you swing hammer, and you keep it going. Right?
Yep. He can. He
And if
can.
they do,
Go ahead.
yeah,
We
and
read.
if they do take too long to set up, then you can just respond by starting to dominate stuff.
And it
So
is
there are lots of different ways this matchup can go.
it is a long walk down to the it is a long hammer walk all the way down to the ending of the game as well, right? Oh, another one of those.
It is indeed, and there's another Insidious Chill. So we're developing another strong board state.
6 damage. And he did. What did he block with? Did he just
Um,
did he
Maybe it
block?
was just for 4, and we pitched, an awkward 2-cost red card there that we didn't want to keep in the hand. Interesting.
Hmm.
Maybe it was a pummel. The the third pummel, Findle's Fighting Spirit.
I like cards like this Finals Fighting Spirit because at least it keeps like some characters who otherwise wouldn't be still into the game.
It's a very, very strong value card, that's for sure. And it's a popper that does something when it pops, which might be very relevant as we see illusionists rise and fall throughout the game.
Yeah, it's such a good value
Oh,
card on for illusionist against illusionist to block with
yeah.
Find Out and gain life. There's Zealous Belting, so it's gonna be time to
Which
put
is
some.
always Zealous Belting is always a very interesting gamble against Icelander because sometimes you play it and they just respond with the blue Aether Iceman out of Arsenal, and that's the end of your turn. Other times you play it and you get to follow it up with that CNC
It's
while
getting
still floating too and maybe threatening another other pummel.
Ice Grasp is in this deck. I just noticed that now. I think, or is it Ice Grasp? Oh, it's two
Yeah,
polar. Oh my god.
yeah, there it is. It is. Yeah, I'm assuming that one's a blue pummel. Yeah, because I think we've seen all the reds at this point.
Oh, is that Enlightened Strike in his arsenal? So
Yeah. Well, sometimes you do just need to arsenal those attack reactions, right? Icelander runs a lot of blues, but not always. The things don't always line up perfectly, right? But yeah, we're seeing another Coronet Peak play here, right before Peyton's Tunic comes online for it. We've got a 3-card hand. Braden does have those 2 Insidious Chills up. Those are Insidious Chills. One has 1 counter and one has 3. Even though you can't quite see that through the glare, which represents, a significant amount of cards. I don't know if it's quite enough to make up for the 14 life total gap we've got here.
those are
We're
custom
seeing Terra
dice.
Sunder, which is an amazingly bold play
That is
that
a nice tunic
says
counter dice.
you have the tuna counter, so you can pay through a single frostbite,
Oh
but nothing
man.
more. Wow, but Braden doesn't have the disruption yet again. So, theoretically, we could block with Ironhide Gauntlet, Coronet Peak, and 1 card, which looks like to be what we're doing here. Paying off the tunic, yep. But that's the armor gone,
Ooh, dang.
which means that,
Signs of
there might be
frustration.
windows there might be windows to dominate other scary things this game. Another fused Aether Ice Vein. and procking 2 Insidious Chills on this one. So we're stripping a minimum of 2 cards from Peyton, not even factoring in the damage that we're dealing here.
It's always very frustrating to get to have like Command and Conquer Pummel and then Tear Asunder, and thankfully for Payton, he didn't, or Braden, sorry, he didn't have he didn't have anything, an attack action card to rip another card from his hand.
Yeah. Oh, so we're discarding the Choke Slam.
And he paid the 2, and now it's the 5 damage coming through, which he can
Well, I
do.
mean, here's the thing. Do you just take the damage and pay the discard 2 from Tunic counter and you're floating? That
Yep,
looks to be what Peyton's doing.
yep. He
Yeah,
wants
so
to
you're
keep card
taking the
advantage,
4 damage.
or he wants to keep cards in his hand if he can. Yep, there you go.
And there's an extra 2 damage off of Waning Moon. If you took the damage, yeah, you took the damage off the Ice Vein, you're going to take the damage off the Waning Moon, right?
Probably something really big coming through then. A freight train is coming through. It's
I
in the
mean,
shape
if
of a
you're
hammer.
Peyton, the dream hand here is pitch 6 Thunderquake for 10, or
Crippling crush.
yeah. Well, I mean, Hammer for 4, end with an Arsenal, or Hammer for 4, block 3 arcane damage aren't the worst things in the world. They're just not exactly where you want to be to keep pushing this life lead.
I'll be back.
That being said, there's only so much you can do with Insidious Chills, right? Ooh, Emirata Scolding. Peyton really wants this in his arsenal, or maybe it's just a red card. But just like that, the life totals went from 30 to 16 all the way down to 20 to 16. And Braden's, pardon me, yeah, threatening even more with that Wounded Bull. Oh, but there is a Crippling Crush in Peyton's hand there, which is a great play knowing your opponent has no arsenal. When you see that come down, yeah, we're talking about Storm Striders here, possibly. Yeah, this is what you do when Bravo dominates those plays. There's the Ice Vein forcing the discard. You know what? If you're Peyton, I don't think you're unhappy with this play necessarily. Because yes, you're not landing Crippling Crush this turn, but it's also costing Storm Striders on a turn where you definitely can, block out the arcane damage that the Storm Striders are representing. And after that point, Emirata Scolding comes in for 4. Maybe the perfect Ice Eternal hand comes in for what, 8? Or pardon me, not even 8, 4, maybe 5. Um, but we're just taking that damage, we're pitching through, and we're swinging the hammer for 6, so we're still putting some pressure on here. Life totals surprisingly close. And no more Storm Striders. Braden taking a turn off, arsenaling. Payton has the Tunic counter online this turn. So we're going again with the Zealous Belting play. We'll see if Braden can represent a significant amount of disruption from the arsenal. I couldn't tell what that is. That an Amulet of Ice? I'm assuming it is. A powerful disruption tool. But oh wow, and we're seeing the Tunic block. But probably not enough to stop the Zealous Belting here. At this point, Payton can really start pushing damage. And there's the hammer for 6 on the follow-up. Still one resource floating, one in hand, and one in the arsenal. We could be threatening a pummel here to bring this really close to lethal. Yeah, Icelander on 3. And so at this point, Braden's going to really be relying on being able to play an Aether Ice Vein. In order to pop that Amulet of Ice and that disruption, and the Insidious Chill to push the disruption needed by that extra turn for damage. It looks like they're counting back resources to make sure everything worked out appropriately. I think everything did. So we've just seen the arsenal from Braden. Oh, and we're just seeing the hammer from Payton here. We're representing another pummel. We've got plenty of cards in hand to block arcane damage. We're seeing an awful lot of block here. And a Sigil of Solace, which is a great play at this point in the game.
We are back. Sorry about that. How's it going, Demos?
All good. I've been having fun solo commentating here. It's Payton's looking to be in a pretty good position all in all here. No more Stormstriders on the board, no more Tunic. And there's Terra Sunder.
Uh-oh.
This has to be a very disruptive card out of the arsenal.
Oh, and it
Amulet
is.
of Ice. We're fusing.
He might just want to pitch for it.
Yep.
You
We're paying 2. We're paying 2.
You need him to not have a hand. You might want to be paying for this. I would have paid.
Well, I mean, at this point, you can't follow up the hammer swing, right? That's the issue.
He could follow up the 0 cost, attack action cost. Oh, okay, yeah, he's going full for it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
no,
you block 2 with the floating, but Braden now has
got a hand discard.
No strength on board. He does have the hand to play out the Aether Ice Vein, I believe.
Yep, and fuse.
Yeah.
And that's coming for 5 big damage. Gonna be asking for another card
Yeah,
in your hand, sir. If
this
ever there
was
was a
looking
time
really
to,
good for Peyton.
if ever there was a time to be fusing, that was it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Which is 100% what that Ice Eternal was. It was Ice Eternal for 0. It didn't even make a Frostbite. Didn't do any arcane damage
Yeah.
because he knew that you would be stripping enough cards out of hand to make sure the hammer can't even come in the first place. But here's Aether Ice Vein. Do you? I mean, it's tough. You're losing 2 cards to this either way.
He could also hammer, threaten Pummel. Or maybe he could take the Pummel away from him. And does he want
Okay,
it?
so we blocked 3 and we discarded 1. We're arsenaling Aether Hail.
Yep.
So this is probably just going to be.
No surprises this time. We're playing fair game now here.
I think we're pitching a swing the hammer for 4 maybe, and then use the rest to block out the arcane damage on Aether Hail.
You need to kill this man.
But even then, it's a losing numbers game for you, unfortunately.
For Peyton?
Yes, unfortunately at this point. Although interesting, we're playing the Aether Hail now. Oh, it didn't make a difference because we're pitching the Staunch Response. Uh,
Got rid of Staunch so that Wounded Bolt could come in handy.
yeah,
Oh no, he has to block. He can't just take the damage.
yeah, he has to block some. Um, but the fact that Aether Hail came out before blocks indicates that Brayden is worried about that last card in Arsenal being a pummel. Because otherwise you would just block with 1 card, maybe take 1 damage, and then after Anothos' attack is finished, then you would make them pitch that last card for to block the Arcane Barrier. Because if that other card was a 3 cost, it would have buffed Anothos up to 6 damage.
He's got enough pitch to. What was in the arsenal again?
We don't know. It was just added there because Aether Hail just came out of Arsenal. But Brayden is feeling pretty good about this at this point. Peyton, unfortunately, lost so much on that Terra Sunderhand. 4 cards, and he represented a total of 0 damage. We're bravoing, which is,
You just
I would
responded
say,
all.
the boldest thing. Oh, no, we're not bravoing. Okay.
Whoa. Oh my. And there's a pummel in his hand.
I was going to say, spending 2 resources when you're down to 2 life is a very bold play. Is that a pummel in hand?
That reminded me of a match I seen where there was a certain Bravo player against an Ira. This is back a while ago where he had was it a little sickle weapon there? And he chose that against the Bravo.
And it's another Aether Hail coming out of the arsenal.
You might remember
So
that
we're
match well,
tunicking
Diaz.
to go to 2 resources, using that to block the Aether Hail damage.
Mm-hmm. It's got the frostbite though. Oh no, frostbite's gone. And the 3.
No, the Frostbite's still relevant. The tunic and the block came beforehand.
Oh, you're right.
So interesting. We're only blocking 2
He's got to go
of
again
the
though,
Waning
doesn't he?
Moon. Well, if we're blocking 2 on the Waning Moon, it means we're very much representing pummel on this play.
And he's already. Oh my goodness. So he has to decide if he's gonna block 2 cards, right? Yeah.
Wait, but why save the 1 floating? Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. Because we need to pay the 4 through the Frostbite, yeah. Ooh, Brayden going to 1
And then that's it.
without an arsenal.
He's
So
gonna.
this is the window where Peyton can finally
Yeah.
get that dominate through.
Does he do it?
He's
Does he
he
just
tried
crippling crush him?
bravoing,
Nope, he
he
doesn't.
tried Terra Sunderhand. He doesn't even need to. He's got the Macho Grande in arsenal ready to go naturally. There we go. It's
That's a whole hand. Oh. Yeah.
oh, and the sigil. That's a great card to finish this play off. But yeah,
I feel like he should have did the big bros play and get the crippling crush out of hand. He had crippling crush in his hand and he had three blues.
no, the Macho Grande came out of Arsenal.
No, no, but he had crippling crush in his
So
hand with three blues.
he no, he had Crippling Crush, a Sigil, and two blues.
Oh, okay, my mistake. Okay, so I thought
If
like hopefully,
Yeah, yeah.
why not, right?
I mean, yeah. Either way, I think you're covered unless, I mean, maybe unless Oasis Respite comes in out of nowhere, but other
Nicely
than
done.
that, you're probably happy with this play.
If he had an
But
Aether,
very well played from Peyton there.
if he had the Aether, sorry, Ice Dart instead of the Aether Ice Hail, he could have had him. Because it's been three instead of the one. It's one and a one.
But uh, oh, um, possibly. Depending on what the timings were when they played those out, it may have gone down differently. But
Mhm.
then, Ice Bolt into Waning Moon would have cost two cards to pitch, right? So that would have
No,
affected the
oh yeah, yeah,
blocking
you're
math,
right.
and
You're
it
right.
would have, yeah, yeah,
Would have been three and two, three and three instead of one and three.
yeah,
Whatever. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we have our match result here. And
yep,
kudos to Peyton. He is pre-bans winning with Bravo, which only bodes all for him in the future.
yeah. And I mean, Peyton, Peyton made some very risky plays there by playing out that Terra Sunder, by going for that raw dominate on the Crippling Crush play. And he got punished pretty hard for them on the disruption. But it also did pull out Storm Striders, and it did end up working in the end. But I think it was certainly tense on the road to get there. But good on Peyton for taking down, one of the boogeymen of the format in these ice heroes.
True
I'm
that.
curious to see who we've got for our last round of Swiss, which is coming up after this, I believe. Right? We've got 5 rounds today.
6 rounds.
We've got 6 rounds of Swiss
Si-
on how many people?
32.
Oh, okay, all right.
Um,
Wait,
s-
isn't that
One second.
isn't
Well,
that the upper limit of 5 rounds?
let me see here. Well, I'll double check on this, but I'm pretty sure it's six. So no, no, you're right. It's 32. It's 32. I think I misheard something from our judge, and I was like, yeah, it's still six. And then now this coming to light, it's still five. Anyways, so we do have a character breakdown as well. And that character breakdown is there's six Icelander, five Bravo, five Oldhim, three Dramai, three Phi, two Dash, two Briar, two Dory, one Kano, and one Reinar.
That is a surprisingly diverse pool based on what we've ended up seeing on stream. Um, so yeah, props for everybody for bringing those, and I'm curious to see how the top 8 shakes out from that.
All right, we will
Because
be right back.
we will indeed.
All right, we have uh, the good old of the top table shenanigans. A lot of camera shy folk out today. They don't want to expose their decks. A lot of people are very nervous for the last round of the day as well. Potential last round of the day for a lot of folks. So we are. I think we could just copy paste his name here. Properties. See, it's Peyton versus Peyton, and I almost feel like that would have been the matchup to watch. But we're gonna have some Bravo against Icelander. Is this Bravo against? Yeah, Bravo against Icelander. Yeah, I tried. There was some cool matches, but to feature, but unfortunately, I mean, this is a part of the meta shakeup, right? So I'm very glad that whenever we're having these big events like this, we can see, or whenever we have sets come out, is when they do, we get to see a lot of the meta shakeup. So totally okay. This is where we find ourselves with today's event. We do have a top eight, potentially a lot of interesting characters sneaking their way in there.
So Paint navigates this.
I'll be right back.
See if we see those same very aggressive dominates that are very risky, but sometimes they do pay off. We'll see how that gets utilized or not utilized this game. Are those Ron Weasley sleeves? I can't quite tell from here. Would make sense with the whole wizard thing. So I've seen both these players on stream today. And interesting that it looks like Braden is once again opting for the Crown of Providence rather than Cornet's Peak, which tacitly reduces I would say the strength of a channel like Frigid, because then it's hard you can't keep it alive on a one card hand. Because pitching it out, playing it, and then blocking on the turn where it's played out usually takes quite a few cards. So not having the one card to keep it alive probably reduces the effect of it. But Peyton's got a good opener here. He's got something to dominate, and there's little Braden can do about it this early in the game. We're definitely not going to see a Storm Strider's activation. Oh, we're just dominating. We're dominating. I'm assuming a blue buckling blow here. Wait, is it a blue? This might be a red buckling blow. Interesting. Yeah, because we blocked. Yeah, so that was a red buckling blow. I guess Peyton's fully on the red buckling blow and buckle tech. So if that had gone through, interestingly enough, that would have been a -1 on Storm Striders, presumably, and then Buckle would have come out next turn to try to destroy them. Unfortunately, that's not what ended up happening. So it may be that Peyton's just got a very awkward card in the arsenal there, because I believe it was flashed when it was pitched for, but I may be off base. But Finals Fighting Spirit, and we're developing an Amulet of Ice. Great opening turn off of Brayden there. Peyton now just swinging the hammer for 4. Possibly more depending on what the Icelander response is here. As we mentioned in the last game, as Icelander in this non-critical scenario, you probably just want to, if you are going to do any ice-related shenanigans, wait until after the attack resolves, but we're not going to see any of that. We're just going to play an easy sink below, cover that efficient damage. And we're seeing a Sigil coming out from Peyton here, a fantastic card in this matchup. It helps cover a lot of that split damage. It pops Frostbites if the game comes to the point where it is critical to do so off of Ice Eternals and whatnot.
Yeah, I think we've seen this matchup a fair bit of time, namely just before this one. So I think the game plan is still the same, but Bravo's starting with a ton of health. We're going to see the quick card discard here. Both Braden and Peyton are 4-0 moving into this match here as well.
Good for them. So that guarantees we'll be seeing both of them in the top 8.
Hmm.
And presumably our winner here will also be our top seed as well. Unless there's been some shenanigans elsewhere. But I don't think that should happen on 32 people.
Yep, and
So we're
there's
revealing
been
a
player
Frost
drops.
True. So we're revealing a Frost Hex. Presumably that's going to be used to pitch for Waning Moon, because that's not something you really want in your arsenal. At least not at the speed that the Bravo matchup usually goes. Yeah, so it's going to be Waning Moon for 2 more. Oh, and just like that, the life totals are equal. Which, as we know, always favors a wizard. Wow, the immediate usage of the Amulet of Ice. Braden is playing a very aggressive tempo game here. You know, he thinks Peyton indicated that, maybe we want to keep this hand. Yeah, there goes the pummel that presumably Peyton was going to play out.
Big swings this turn.
Now we're ticking Tunic.
Again, we got a Command and Conquer for 6 with no intention
Yeah,
of playing anything else. So
that pummel, that pummel would have been great in this scenario because you do have the Tunic. Although that ice card would have probably stopped it, so maybe not as ideal, but you'd rather have it than not.
well, Pommel's only cost. Well, he'd have to have another card in addition to this. Perhaps if the Pommel was in the arsenal.
Yeah. The issue is paying through the Frostbite, right? It makes it
Yeah.
cost 3, so you can't do the classic pitch a blue, use the 1 floating plus the Tunic.
Yep.
But yeah, 6 damage here is 6 damage. We've seen the Waning Moon swing back. But Braden's happy on a 4-card hand because he did draw off of that Polar Blast. So, you do block 3, swing a big attack, arsenal something?
And looks like he's blocking with what do we got here?
Yeah. Because you're not blocking with 2 cards and then using Coronet's Peak, because we don't have that. We've got the Crown of Providence over there, it looks like.
I'm guessing that's like one of those matchups where you're having a hand advantage prior
Yeah.
to your opponent's turn is more impactful. So the one, and he has a leftover from the pitch for this, which means he's actually not going to. Oh, never mind. He absolutely will be shooting some ice at him, or shooting some magic at him.
Okay, so
Maybe not.
we're full blocking it. We're getting.
Well, he had some pitch left, didn't he? He pitched 2. Hmm.
He used Waning Moon immediately after
Oh,
the
got
Polar
it.
Blast.
You got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So that the once per turn had already been done there. But yeah, Tick Up Tunic Arsenal is, I mean, as an Icelander, it's never a bad play because your arsenal is worth so much more than anybody else's. But you'd rather be doing a bit. So here, Peyton does have enough cards to play out that buckle out of the arsenal, even though it's pretty lackluster. So it's 7 dominate, which is something, but it's not necessarily worth 3 and playing a card. So there you go. We're covering the 7 perfectly.
Great
And then
use of
Peyton,
great timing for Sink Below as well.
yep. But I think Braden knew that card had been there that whole time, because I think at the very beginning, Peyton flashed it by pitching it and then going, oops, wait, and then swapped it out with, I believe, a Showtime, and then arsenaled it.
Yeah, like I
So,
was saying before, there's a lot of hand card flashing that's happened at the event here, where players are like, "Oh, I didn't mean to play this card. I'll take the pitch back. I meant to do this." Like that's giving up information, and the players that I've seen play very solidly, they are not flashing their hands at all. You have no idea what's in the arsenal. Like you're keeping your hidden zones, information of your hidden zones hidden.
oh, absolutely, Fab is it's definitely a game of inches, right? Everybody gets 4 cards each turn. It's who can really make the most of it in most scenarios. And here we are. I think this is a zealous belting play. So again, it's one of those, medium risk plays that you can make as a Bravo because you really are reliant on that go again because the value on this turn comes out of the hammer swing afterwards, not on the zealous itself. But this is what you want though, because you can play it through a frostbite. You just can't play it through anything, any disruption beyond. So we've got the waning moon. Are we representing a pummel here? No, because Cold Snap would have frozen the arsenal.
Blocking with the. You know what? There's been some deck profiles I've seen or decks lists I've seen with absolutely no brain freeze, whereas today like there hasn't been a deck I haven't seen a brain freeze pitched into. So it's interesting to sort of whatever area of the country that you're playing in, you're seeing very strong swings into different types of deck archetypes.
Yeah, I think if you think you're going to be mostly playing against Icelanders and Oldhams, Brain Freeze loses a lot of its value, um, where it really just becomes that empty 0 ice fuse that triggers Amulet of Ice and Insidious Chill, whereas against, Fies and Briars, you're almost guaranteed to go card for card and then add on the Disruption and then play the Waning Moon. Whereas it doesn't get that same value in these options. So some Icelander decks cut it into matchups like this where they're really not running many 0 costs, whereas others just keep it in because it's a blue block 3, and in the worst case, that's still a good resource card, right?
Hmm.
So it depends on what respect you're giving to which matchups and where you're really selling your sideboard space. So we're pitching, blocking out the Aether Ice Vein. Now on Peyton's turn, we've still got 3 cards, which is the best place to be after your opponent plays an Ice Vein. We're just coming in with the hammer, so we're definitely representing a pummel here. It's coming through probably regardless of the disruption Braden offers, and it's still offering enough spare pitch to be able to um, block out the arcane if that is coming through the waning moon. But if you're Braden, you may not be incentivized for that. Oh, interesting. We're pitching through and we're playing a sigil,
Wow. Wow.
which also leaves. Oh wait, yeah, that's a sigil, which also leaves 2 floating because we paid through the frostbite. So now this hammer has, I believe, been bumped up to 6, which is one of those things of, you know, you're you're not turning off the pummel, so at best maybe you're creating 1 extra, but by
Oh,
giving them something extra to pitch to, if it's anything other than a pummel, you're giving them the free +2.
I guess we're gonna
Um,
see a quick discard of that crippling crush here.
yeah. So we're another Aether Ice Vein. This one could be backed up by that Amulet of Ice. We'll see.
He may just choose to take 2. Okay, over pitching. Oh, he's keeping it. He's keeping the cards.
Yeah, so
He
we
wants his
paid
cards.
2, we blocked a little bit, and we're triggering Amulet of Ice. Can we... Tunic's not up, otherwise that would have been a great thing to use here.
Yeah, and he pitches. Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah,
at least
and there's the crippling.
he's pitch stacking the crippling if slash when did we get there?
I think these players have demonstrated that they're okay taking a lot of damage back and forth. I would be surprised if we get back to that crippling, but it might be possible because Braden doesn't. Braden is using those amulets of ice very aggressively, right? I don't think either one has lasted on the board for more than a full turn cycle.
It could also be that he's just getting the
Uh,
fuses early enough.
yeah, and that was a CNC out of Arsenal, so that that allows us to block one arcane while still threatening 6 damage, which is fine, right? It's where you want to be because the alternative would be just swing the hammer for 4 and guaranteed take 3, right? It's a losing play for you, while Braden gets to draw a card off the effect of Polar Blast.
Hmm. But he didn't pitch for the wand, or did he? Did I
No,
miss this?
no,
No.
he did. So he pitched a blue for Polar Blast. So Polar Blast cost 1, and the wand, the 2 extra that the wand is, you basically get for free, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And you draw the card off of Polar Blast, which is always very nice.
He didn't block either, and we got Wounded Bull coming in now.
And Wounded Bull, not a fuse card, so you don't get the information of what they're about to arsenal. But Peyton likes his hand, and there's only so much disruption that can be offered here. So at this point, Tunic's up to 3. If if you're a gambling person, you could try for a rouse, you could try for a dominated crippling. So
There's a
we're going
rouse.
for a rouse.
I'm surprised these Bravos. I guess that's why. I mean, they could aggressively. You know, I'm surprised they don't, in response to the ice cards coming in, use their tunic counter so they can keep their resources. But I mean,
It it depends. It usually shakes out the same way because you either use your tunic counter now to then punch through the frostbite when you pitch your next blue, or you pitch your blue to activate tunic and it gets through the frostbite the same way. By delaying that tunic counter activation, you are denying them a little bit of information. Like it's so rare. In this instance, like okay, you've revealed your full hand off of rouse, it functionally makes a little difference. But there are some corner cases where it might matter. So it looks like we're pitching the buckling blow in order to block some arcane damage from Emrata Scolding. Waning Moon is coming in. We're taking that 3 because we want to keep this blue to follow up with the hammer. But Peyton's very low on life. And we know there's no arsenal. There's no sigil in that arsenal either. Possibly equaling it up with this hammer swing. There we go. So we're even on life now. Braden's got 2 cards. I'm guessing it's going to be, some kind of big attack.
interesting having a
Maybe a
zealous.
Wounded Bull.
Uh,
Or maybe it's the last Amulet of Ice, and then you arsenal the Disruptive Ice card.
Interesting. He had a rouse turn into zealous, or zealous into a rouse turn just as of late. Another Wounded Bull. Another. Wow,
Yeah, it
these
is.
guys have such little health.
Only coming in for 7. Yeah, but when you've got little health,
You gotta
it
make big
always favors the
damage.
wizard on low health, right?
Ooh, he could block this.
We're
It's
blocking
doesn't get
6.
that one
We're taking
damage.
1.
One, and then he could sigil. Nope, no sigil.
No, if you have, does he have a sigil in hand? I couldn't
Yeah,
quite see.
he
If
does.
he does, you're definitely, yeah, you're swinging the hammer for, you're arsenaling the sigil, right? You want to keep that sigil as a surprise for when they do try to crack their storm striders, which is
Oh, and they're
relatively
calculating
soon.
damage. Okay, I got you. I got you. Yep.
Absolutely. So we're seeing the Crown of Providence here.
He's ending his turn with
Braden's,
no arsenal. Ooh, this is a good opportunity for Peyton to really pull this match ahead for himself. Or it
yeah,
would have been if he
kind
had the
of,
hand.
but he's only got 2 cards, right? So I mean, he could have, the alternative would be go down to 4 off of Wounded Bull if you want to keep 4 cards. That's, if you do
Dangerous.
that, it doesn't matter what your 4-card hand you're swinging back with is. You're going to be eating Storm Striders regardless. And yeah, here's an Ice Vein fused with a frosting. I'm betting that Frosting isn't making it to Arsenal. I feel like it's getting pitched for some just a little bit of extra arcane damage this turn. But we've seen one Emerata Scolding get played. We've seen one get pitched. I don't know if we've seen the third. Maybe we saw it earlier in the game and I've lost track of it. But, you know, if you can account for all three Emerata Scoldings, it makes your math a little bit easier as Bravo. Yeah, there we go. Presumably we're going to use the floating resources to block out that waning moon damage. And again, it's a 2-card hand again, but now Braden has both players actually have the arsenal. So it's just going to be another hammer for 4, which is it's hard to do anything else as Bravo at this point, but it's tough to call it a winning play because Icelander consistently blocks well. You're kind of waiting for the combos, right? Icelander's happy blocking, Sigil's coming out. Peyton looks to be upgrading the arsenal in some capacity or another. Curious to see what it is.
Pummel.
But also interesting that Braden didn't play out his arsenal, so I'm guessing it's going to be one of those big attacks that we like to see.
Jeez, these guys.
Well,
there's little health,
came out of hand.
They just keep it. they have little health.
Yeah, again, this is one of those ones where you kind of have to block with 2 cards because if you go down to 4, you get, it's so easy to get blown out by Storm Striders into anything, really.
So disable in hand, a pummel, a crippling crush, and I don't know what that last card is. I think another disabled. 2 disabled.
Unfortunately, I can't quite see.
I don't know. Something painful that you don't want to get hit by.
Yeah, what we can see is that Fighting Spirit's coming in for 7 right now. Peyton's probably blocking 6 of it, maybe 5 if he's got a really awkward hand. But it's very hard to justify holding on to more cards. I think that's that crippling that just dropped there.
Yeah.
Because he knows he can't play it out. He doesn't have the resources.
Crippling and that's disable, right?
It's definitely disable on the top. Yeah, I think it was a crippling underneath it.
Yeah.
And again, it's another hammer for 4. So Braden here is, not really worried about the stress of the situation. I mean, theoretically, a pummel could kill you, but you've got 5 cards and a tunic to work with, right? So,
question is, can Bravo just outlive the attack action threat that Braden's going to keep throwing at him?
I mean, it's... Oh, so we've got the Ice Vein out, fusing with the Ice Bolt. So we're pitching the pummel, we're taking 2, and then we are discarding a card that doesn't exist. Interesting. But yeah, and that hammer's still only swinging for 4. That pitched card didn't buff it up to 6. So I think if you're Braden, you're really happy now. You get to push, 4 free damage this turn, and you're only taking 1, and you still end up with an arsenal. Or maybe you've got a better play with the 3 cards you've got left in your hand, right? But there's no bad way of going about it. Block with the frosting, take 1, yeah. I mean, you're a wizard who's got more health than their opponent who's on 5. You're very happy if you're Braden. We don't know what Peyton's arsenal card is, though. He played a sigil in order to arsenal whatever it was. So it could be, it could just be another sigil. Or it could be something more aggressive.
He needs to have a hand. He needs to have something that's really threatening. That's a blue, I think, from is not the Guardian instance that just prevents damage coming through. Oh, I guess it's not really important in this matchup.
Steadfast?
Yeah, I don't think he's steadfast against
Yeah,
Icelander.
I feel like you wouldn't bring Steadfast in if you do really want to bring in that higher level of Arcane Barrier. You might be bringing in Oasis Respite.
Hmm.
But even then, it's, I think it's generally fallen out of favor. I really like Oasis Respite because, you know, being able to turn off the Ice Vein that they're banking on to strip cards from you sometimes matters. But other times, it's just bad because you draw it at a bad time. It's one of those consistency versus ceilings kind of tug and war back and forth. But we're seeing a hammer here. It looks like it's coming in for 6 because it looks like we've pitched a red and then a blue. And we've got Ice Bolt. So we're thinking about. So we're blocking all 3 of the Ice Bolt. Waning Moon can also swing for 3 here. But yep, there goes the Tunic counter to do exactly that. Oh, and that last card pitched was the Red Zealous Belting. Interesting. Which is an unfortunate card to see at a time like this, because if you do try to play it out, you would probably be dead or extremely close right now. At this point, Braden's probably counting if he can kill him with Stormstriders this turn, or has to wait till next turn. You know there's no pummel. This hammer's coming in for 6, but, you know, that 6 isn't really threatening. There's the Channel Lake to block the hammer. My question now becomes, what's Braden doing with a 2-card hand here? Unless it is just play a big attack and go to the next cycle for Stormstriders. Oh, we're playing out the last Amulet of Ice, which may be the nail in the coffin for Peyton. That extra disruption, 1 extra red card in your hand, is going to probably make it so you can't pay through a lot of stuff. Interesting that Rouse was the Arsenal card that sigil got upgraded for. Pleasantly surprising to see that it can be played out. I can't see, is that 2 blues on reveal or a red and a blue? Because if it's 2 blues, we may be happy. If it's a red and a blue, we're
Uh-oh.
definitely unhappy.
Pitch blue.
So we're covering all the damage we can off of Ice Bolt.
I think he
We
has
have,
another blue in his hand.
okay.
Ooh, man, if he's able to pull this one through, because the hammer will not come for 6 right after.
I mean, uh, yeah, I don't know if we're going to get to the point where it is hammer for 6 in all honesty.
Vic is gonna
Because
snap it.
Brayden here, if he wants to, could force out all the pitch with Stormstriders to try and just have Peyton pitch everything to survive, and then block with 1 card off of Rouse and then Arsenal something.
And it all depends if he has
Um,
an Aether Ice Vein in hand as well. It's all about whatever's in that hand, right? He's got this guy here. He's got the 1 pitch for it, so he's gonna decrease that damage.
oh, there you go. Brothers in Arms, efficient.
Oh,
And
actually, I
then
don't
if
think he
we
has it.
see,
Yeah, that's gonna come for 6.
yeah, okay, so we're seeing the big commitment to the hammer here. We've
2
got
left
2
over.
floating.
2 prevention. 6 big damage coming. He might just lose his hand for this. Or what? Like what is the out?
Well, so Waning Moon is still available as a tool.
He has 2 pitch.
Um,
Yeah,
oh,
I,
we're just blocking out 6.
I think he's got him.
Oh, we're blocking out the 5 because that was a wounded bull in hand. Wow.
So he needs to have some.
That,
He needs to have some
yeah,
juice in
that
that
was
hand.
not That was not the hand that Braden wanted to
Oh
on the
my
play there.
God. He's got okay. Well, it just really depends on whatever Braden's able to play on his turn. That's going to be the very very serious
Yeah.
committer here
Well,
because Zealous Belt.
is
This
that
man is
Zealous
insane.
Belting as an opener?
I like it.
That is honestly probably a good time to see it because you're threatening a follow-up attack, which means you're giving Braden the chance here of, okay, if you are going to Storm Strategy me, it better be a really good one, um, which is
Here it
probably
goes.
necessary just to stop the follow-up hammer.
Ice
Yep,
Vein.
there is an Ice Vein in hand, but how do you play it out? Oh yeah, you've got the extra card to
Oh,
pitch that
Hypothermia.
stuff.
There you go. So he's going to get lose two cards in his hand. He can prevent two, but he also has two with Waning Moon. Oh, he might have them because that's a red pummel and a blue pitch in his hand. So that's
Well, and even that, you know, that's Amulet of Ice, so it doesn't
yeah,
matter that much
two and
what's
two.
in the hand because you can strip as much as you want.
But well, he can still pitch for it if he has to. But I think I don't know what color that Aether Ice Vein is. If it's blue, he could sneak his way around living here because he has a Terra Sunder for blue, and he has one pitch left.
Theoretically, yes.
It was not an ice card from his hand. Oh no, but he's only got two on the counter. So I don't know what color that attack the pummel is. If it's a blue pummel, he's in a good position here. With the red pummel, I think the game's probably over.
Yeah. I think, well, it depends on what color the Ice Vein is.
Yeah, exactly. Pitching three.
So we're pitching the Terra Sunder,
Oh, maybe we're not.
or maybe not.
Oh, no, don't reveal that. If you, like, it doesn't matter. Honestly, he's pitching four. Can he do that?
Oh, yeah. So we're pitching in that specific order in order to say I'm blocking this much and I'm choosing to discard a card in my hand that I don't have. So we're getting around that ability. Um, although,
Hmm, nice. Zealous is still coming. He's not blocking Zealous at all. And oh
yeah,
wait, can he
which
block?
means that
Can he? Is that?
yeah. Well, Braden has a Channel Lake Frigid in hand, so he's gonna have to block with this and the Tunic, have no arsenal, and then
There's no Storm Striders either.
if Peyton can dominate anything here, he's got it.
He can just double
That
pummel in the
was
hand. Crippling Crush.
Yep, that was very good pitching by Peyton.
Yeah, just take a
And unfortunate for Braden that was a blue Aether Ice Vein instead of any other color of Aether Ice Vein. That would have made a bit of a difference.
Oh, he's just doing it. We're going in. There's just.
Yeah.
And then he Crippling Crush. Yeah, okay.
And the Crippling Crush, well played.
You know what? I
That
mentioned to
he's
him.
been trying to dominate it for so many games, and he finally pulls it off
That's the second cycle
as the
too.
coup de grace.
Is that the second cycle we saw?
No, I
Of Crippling?
do not believe that we've made it quite to second cycle.
So just before he played this match, right before he played his last match, I said, "Oh, I'm surprised you didn't do the bro move. You know, like get the Crippling Crush out just to finish your opponent's turn off." He's like, "I'm gonna try to get a Crippling Crush turn off in the future. I need to get a dominate Crippling Crush," and he did that exactly.
There you go. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. And that'll be him going 5-0 as top seed into top 8. That's fantastic.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry. I like to see a Bravo win. I
Hey,
never thought I'd say
I'm a
that.
big fan of Bravo. I've been a big fan of Bravo since day one. I am very happy he's doing this well today.
Or just
I'm curious to
anti-meta.
see how the rest of top 8 shapes out.
Seeing the
I'm
anti-meta
assuming
win is fun.
yeah. Well, I don't even know if Bravo's anti-meta. Bravo's consistently just a very good hero. He's just never been the best hero, right?
You got it. I got to see how many people didn't get to top 8 so I can give them their little trinkets, and I will be back.
Sounds good.
I'm
We'll
going to
be
be back
back
with our
with
top
top 8
8. Yep.
in a little bit.
Alrighty, Demos, you there? Yellow, Demos.
I am indeed here. My apologies.
Yeah, no problem. I need to just change this table up a little bit here.
Sounds good.
I don't know how this keeps happening, but right, sorry guys. Yeah, yep.
We are into our first round of top 8. Who are we looking at here, Steve? Is that...
Whew. Okay, we are good to go. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have a dash. Oh, thank God. Just a different character. Let's just see some. And this is our table 3 of the top 8. And we're starting off with one of our own weekly players here with Chris Barecki. Uh, he's definitely been a dash specialist since the.
That's good.
This man loves his steampunk. He has been a steampunk uh, fan. I think they have a convention that goes on once a year in the GTA around here, and he has a pretty amazing costume that he showed us one time there on his phone. So it's he is all aboard the steampunk aesthetic.
Yeah, I mean, hey, living the life is a good way to get good as Dash. And
I've al-
this matchup is definitely one that favors experience. There's a lot of things Dash can do. There's a lot of things Oldhim can do. And Chris has played a lot of Dash. Tarek's played a lot of Oldhim. He brought him to Nats. I'm curious to see how this one shakes out.
and has that list changed uh, from Canadian nationals? And if so, like how
Um,
much would it have?
I mean, slightly, um, but your general idea is still going to be fundamentally the same, right? Your Oldhim has the ability to use resource cards as utility, as disruption, and as defense all at the same time, which allows you to build the rest of your deck really aggressively. So you can run those 3E strikes. You can run, your red glacials, your red thunderquakes, all that good stuff, while you let your blues do a lot of the disrupting.
Mm-hmm.
I think since Nationals, there's a lot less Oakenold because Pulse has been banned. There's a lot more Endless Winter to make up for it. Other than that, maybe you've swapped out a couple of Ice Blues. Maybe you've swapped out your damage dealing reds. Maybe you're on, 2 Chokeslams, 3 Thunderquakes, or vice versa. Um, Possibly you're fiddling with your numbers of Crush the Weak and Chokeslams, but really nothing major. Um, Ooh, Chris taking the full turn here to set up, setting up a Teklo core, charging those items, and arsenaling a sink below. So very much the setup turn. Tarek taking turn 0 to just arsenal and pass. So we've not seen an explosive start to this match, but there's a lot you can do with a sink below in arsenal to buy you a card and then enjoy the resources offered to you by that Teklo core. So we are just seeing Glacial Footsteps come out here, um, which costs 6, but we've pitched 7, so there's some awkward red card in the hand that we don't want to do. So it definitely looks like Chris is prepared to take a very slow and steady approach to this matchup. We blocked 9 there. Some of those were 0 to 60s, which would have allowed you to go toe to toe on the damage of that glacial, especially when you know you're not being threatened with the pummel. But there we are. We're immediately using the resources from Teklo Core to play out another pistol developing item. We're one step closer to getting to that stage. I'm curious to see if Tarek brought in the uh, Warhorn Remembrance package. Imperial Warhorn is a way that Guardians have, or anybody has really, to strip away some of the items that slowly but surely create the sense of inevitability from the dash side. So here we got uh, another dominated glacial footsteps this time. So presumably we're going to see that sink below come out of Arsenal here. Chris is going to take 3 damage for it, I'm guessing. But honestly, probably worth it. Um, unless, if Tarek's holding a pummel, then that's a great draw from him, and unfortunate for Chris. But we'll see how it goes. We're thinking pretty heavily on the blocks, probably assessing whether or not that is the pummel. If it is, it can be paid for. It looks like it is not. Tarek arsenaling a card. Interesting that we've chosen to hold the Blizzard rather than, potentially play it to cycle it out of the hand or do anything else. Teklo Core, again, generating those 2 resources. Goliath Gauntlet, immediately into boosted combustible courier. Well, we know Tarek still has presumably still has that Blizzard. This may not be a bad time to use it on, a boosted attack for 4. But we're going for the pitch to crown. Presumably we're going to see Rampart of the Ram's Head come out here with a card to block the... Oh no, Combustible Courier is coming for 6. So is this... And a piece of armor, and then a 3 block. Oh wait, no, sorry, those are iron hides, not iron rods. There we are. So this is covering 4 damage? Tarek's going to have to add an additional card here to block that on hit, unless that's a blue Combustible Courier, which it very well could be. But it looks like there's a card in hand there ready to be committed. These Oldhim decks can definitely get caught out with just a lot of 2 blocks in hand, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. We really just needed that 1 extra, and that's what those Iron Hides are providing too as endurance. But it does allow the Crown of Seeds Prevention to continue floating through. So Crystal has 2 cards in hand. The question is now, are we pitching for another item, or are these double blues that we, if we are shooting the pistol, there's not a ton of value we can get off of it. Rampart's already at 1, and then the chain has already been broken. Paying for that off Tunic, and the Crown Prevention is covering it as well. Then presumably we're loading, and then arsenaling.
Okay. Sorry, I am back now. You know what I've had the displeasure of is having a 3 T-bones played against me in the past and losing all of my poor equipment as ninja.
That indeed can be unfortunate. So we are playing out the 0 to 60 here. It's not doing... Oh, there we are. Okay, we're following up with the pistol. So yeah, Rampart getting 5 points of defense there for Tarek that turn, which is just a lot of value, and it shows how important it is to manage breaking that combat chain. Which, it's hard to avoid doing with the pistol. So here, Thunderquake coming in for either 8 or 10. I can't quite tell if it's red or blue.
It's red.
It's red. So 10 damage. Where I think at this point you're not unhappy if you're Chris. You've got a pistol piece on the board.
One,
Oh,
two, three.
looks like
What's
it
that?
was a blue.
It was okay. Sorry, I thought it was
Yeah,
red.
all good. So here you're looking for, you know, play another item, do a bit of damage, 0 to 60.
Probably Arsenal. He's got to get a
Yeah,
nice string of of attack actions in there without having to, or just have spent a turn loading everything and then just swing like crazy afterwards. Because he's gonna need, because every time he's taking a turn to load the pistol, that ram set is just getting more and more use.
Exactly. So it's a matter of you either need to build up the pistol with all those plasma purifiers before you really start leaning on that as a strategy,
Hmm.
or you go for the full boost strategy. However, full boost strategy against Oldhim, you're probably not going to do too much because even if his deck is full of two blocks, which I mean it's half full of two blocks,
Hmm.
some of those are ice cards, and ice cards really put a hamper on dash. Um, because you're forced to put that card back to the top of your deck. It's one less card you can boost on the turn.
Now, I'm not in the
Uh,
top eight, but I would, at all. And I'm not a dash expert, but I would think that the Pounder dash is maybe a little bit more stronger um, uh, than this plasma purifier
not not
dash.
into Oldhim.
No.
No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately, Oldhim just has those defensive tools that allow him to. Yeah. So and there's the ice react, which is why it's always dangerous to try to do these things. So I think that was a spark of genius that went back to the top of the deck there. So
Getting that up would
unfortunately,
be nice.
not
Oh,
something
he's got T-Bone in there.
available.
He's got he's gonna be blocking this one right here. That guy's gone.
Yeah, I mean, you block three, you take one, then you've got three cards. You can do something interesting with that.
At the very least, it was a warm hammer.
Yeah. Although, 9 times out of 10, these pistol dash decks usually have enough blues to be able to pay through. And there's the spark of genius. We're getting that next plasma purifier out.
And we have two T-Bones if we get there that are stacked together
Ah,
at this point.
how unfortunate it was right at the top.
Which one's
Yeah,
that?
T-Bone can be quite good. It forces the Rampart play. Maybe if you're lucky, you can break the tunic off of it. But,
That's what I'm thinking.
other than that,
If you can get this turn going out fast enough, you can go ahead and have your opponent. Um, I mean, yeah, it's hard. He's already lost his legs though.
yeah, which is, they're not a massive, like, because they cost the
Hmm.
one. Um, in this matchup, it's usually pretty okay to just play them out sooner rather than later, because the longer the game goes, the more you want to save that one to be able to get 3 points of value off of Rampart, rather than just 2 points of value off of the legs. And
Oh,
credit the
there's the
card, he did.
pummel. Oh, Jesus.
There's the pummel. Yeah, you knew it was coming. It's there's only so much you can
Oh,
do,
defense
and there's
react.
the sink.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Nice. At least he avoided the damage and he saw through. Um, yeah, but what is he gonna
yeah.
do for his turn? He just doesn't take damage,
So
I guess.
yeah, you get the reset, and most importantly, you take a pummel out of their deck.
Yep.
That's meaningful.
It's the red
Um,
pummels too that you want to get rid of.
because yeah, buying an extra turn is inherently favors Ashier.
It is possible to get a mostly red turn for the Oldhim, so you can start tilting the turns more to your favor.
You definitely can, and I think we saw that on I think turn two for Tarek. He had the red card in Arsenal. He pitched a red and two blues to play out the undominated Glacial Footsteps, just because he didn't want to. He had the spare red. He didn't want to hold it to draw into more red afterwards.
Yeah, then
So
what you do
Tarek's
kind of thing.
using Crown of Seeds on his own turn,
It's very confident.
trying to find something a little bit more
Lightning
aggressive
strike.
here. Yeah, so we've got
Oh,
E Strike,
would go again.
presumably.
Oh
Yeah.
man, and he could, if it's with go again, he can swing a hammer, ice hammer, right over pitch, having a
Well,
blue
he's
threatening.
still
Oh
got
no, never
he's
mind.
got three cards. Yeah, he could do this.
Damn,
Or sorry, he's got yeah. And Spinal Prime is big.
it's gonna cost two cards from his hand. Maybe at this point it's safer to arsenal a card and then try to get some kind of
Maybe,
advantage.
but also I feel I mean this cost Tarek 5 cards, right? Fundamentally, it cost him his arsenal, the two you see in the pitch zone, and what's on the board.
Hmm.
So it's you're trading 4 cards for 5, right? you took 2 damage off the E-Strike. That's a decent trade, and it gives you a chance to go through more of your deck to try to find those items that you know you really need, right?
We are seeing two of them, and a sink below. If he can power through this turn, and what are we gonna say?
Again,
I think
another
five.
E-Strike would go again.
Whoa. Okay.
Easy block on the zipper hit, and then
Okay. He could soak that up.
yeah, hammer for 4 with no
Oh, he
ice.
could sink it too. There you go.
Yeah, it's an efficient block. I mean, if you know if you're going to end up with the sink below an arsenal at the end anyways, here you can, pitch load up your items and
Yep. I like
oh
this.
no, you're pitching to play out the item. There you go.
Yep. I like it.
So, 4 items out at 27 life, you're probably doing okay if you're Chris. We haven't seen Tarek try to develop anything on the board here, and there's the third E strike.
Is he holding a
Um,
pistol in his hand? No, it's not. Zipper hits.
yeah, we haven't seen Tarek play out, an Insidious Chill or an Amulet of Ice or anything like that, right? Um,
Oh, and it's
oh,
fused.
there's a fused Endless Winter with a Blizzard. So
Just block it.
this this is something that's particularly good against Dash, right?
Yeah.
Every card you block with creates a Frostbite. Do you give the whole hand and take it, or do you just, you don't get a turn after this. It fundamentally is what it is, right? So you're going to have to Arsenal. You choose some amount to block with, and then you Arsenal. And because of how the
Or
Frostbites work
reinforce the
here,
lines.
okay. So here we go. Because
I've
this is
been
at
seeing
instant
this one
speed.
a lot more often too. To be honest, they reinforce the lines.
Yeah. Reinforced line is really good because it beats CNC pummel from Arsenal, right? Which is something people have been complaining about for ages, and yet the tech to beat it has existed for, since 3 months after CNC pummel came out. Um, so yeah, if you want to beat CNC pummel, just run reinforce the line instead of, one or two of your sink belows, or run sigil if you're playing a mid-range deck. The options do exist.
Did he?
Um,
No, he wouldn't take a turn off. We picked up the tunic.
yeah, no. Chris just arsenaled the spare card, and Tarek again fishing for a bigger turn off of that. I believe it was a Blizzard that was Arsenal. We've got a Dominated Glacial.
He has seen the whole hand though.
And is that unmovable in hand there? I can't quite tell.
It is an unmovable.
Yeah. And then Tarek's going to set up a channel in Arsenal, which is a useful tool to have against Dash. It makes their normally very efficient pistol play just not worth doing for the turn that
Wait, no,
it's
he can't do
required.
that. He can't. There's no ice card in the pitch zone.
No, no, not this turn. I'm saying he's going to put Channel Lake Frigid into his arsenal,
Yeah. Okay.
and
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
so it will be available for the future.
Hmm.
That being said, you know, Chris can do a lot of damage with this hand. It'd be nice to have that third plasma purifier.
There you go. Spark. He's
But
gonna spark a genius so he can get
there
this.
we go. We're finding the third plasma purifier.
Yeah.
So at this point now it's just a matter of
Oh no. Induction.
surviving
Plasma
however
cooler.
many
Yeah. Yeah.
turns. Yeah. And 3 plasma purifiers, 2 induction chambers is the best math that Dash can possibly get against Oldhim because of how that Rampart builds up steam over the course of each subsequent shot.
I do want to take note that his deck is looking really thin at this point. Yeah, and he's gonna get. I want to get a count
Yeah,
up.
and Tarek's counting it. But now you've thinned it out, right? What you want to do is you do want to stack it with those blues. Um, and I guess Tarek didn't like that Goliath gauntlet flipped face down on the board.
Well, I mean,
Sure, I guess.
it goes in the discard
um,
pile. Proper players
but
want
yeah,
proper play. Oh gosh,
now it's just a
reinforce the
matter
line
of
in hand again, and
there you go. Now it's just a matter of Chris being able to survive, however many turns Tarek can keep Channel like Frigid alive, or if Tarek's just gonna try to keep going aggressive, 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 forcing Chris to just thin out that deck more and more and more.
I
But
think he has
dash
an out
with
here, depending on the color.
5 items, I think it's it would be a bold strategy to try to fatigue at this point, I feel. Especially because there are sync belows, there are reinforce the lines, like there are defensive cards that are still in the deck.
Do we have
Uh,
eight? Is this two plus two damage for each of the not inductions,
so it's
plasma purifiers?
+1 damage for each plasma
Oh,
purifier.
it's a
So
lot
it would
less. So
be
one, two, three,
theoretically
five,
you could shoot a
15.
pistol for 5 damage 3 times,
Yeah, 15 damage.
with
Yeah,
0 cards leaving your deck, right? Which is
the
meaningful.
one. No, yeah, nothing leaving your deck. And with a reinforced alliance, he can just pitch the blue. Is it the defense card a valuable card, right? So he can pitch the blue if he can, and then a movable whatever the attack is that's coming through. Do we have a
Uh,
judge
if
call? Oh no,
if
I
he
think
is
it's
running
judge call.
unmovables, I don't think we've seen Chris show us on unmovable.
I think that maybe that's what's in the arsenal. I could be wrong, but
Oh, possibly.
I think that's in the arsenal. I gotta make sure I don't cut talk so super duper loud. Oh,
Yeah.
you don't want to see that. That's you hate to see this kind of thing happen.
So Channel Lake Frigid's coming out. There's the Winter's Whale.
Two cards in
You're
hand. One card in hand. One card in hand.
yeah, 1 card in hand. So we
Oh
can't
man.
pay for Pummel.
But if
But
it hits,
Channel Lake Frigid is online.
mondo damage here. I think that's Cornet's Peak there. So block with one card from hand. Cornet's Peak.
Crown of Providence, I mean.
Oh, sorry. Crown of Providence. Yeah.
I mean, maybe, but at this point, I don't know. You probably just you either block one and take the frostbite, and then you pitch the other card to maybe boost something and do something else. I don't know. But you're not doing things with pistols this turn. You are maybe playing some cards out.
Oh fudge.
Oh, we've heaved a pulverize.
So we need to get focused here. Put a
I didn't realize we had the spare resources to do that, to be honest. I guess.
hmm.
Yeah. So this is
There's a counter and it's gonna rest his case.
we're slowly loading up the items, and then we're holding one other card in hand, possibly to reinforce the line. The annoying thing here is that Channel Lake Frigid makes unmovable cost 4 resources.
If that, yeah. If oh my goodness,
Yeah,
yeah. Oh,
and
and
yeah,
put. Oh my
we
goodness.
are threatening the pummel here. If this hand did line up so perfectly for Tarek, that is a fantastic stroke of luck. Not strictly needed, but it makes your life a lot easier.
Even the card in his hand there, reinforce the line will cost extra.
It will indeed. So you're gonna have to, pitch 2 blues, unmovable block with 1 card, reinforce the line, could theoretically cover what, 15? Which, you're still taking damage off the pummel, but blocking 3 with Pulse Wave Harpoon. Thinking on how these blocks are going to go. Whether or not that is a pummel is, in all honesty, secondary, right? Because if it is a pummel, it represents 4 damage. If it's a card in Arsenal, it probably just represents 4 damage next turn, anyways. Obviously,
Oh, it is an
things matter
unmovable.
more. Yes, it is. And then that's an immovable, and that's to reinforce the line. So it is what we thought. So we are covering all 15 of this pulverize, and it wasn't a pummel.
That's huge for him.
So
I believe the channel
the
is gone.
uh,
Yeah.
yeah, the channel is gone, and the issue is that yeah, that took a lot of cards out of Chris's deck, and it just comes down to
Another movable.
whether or not he's going to have enough breathing room
Oh Lord.
um, and we're playing another one straight out. I mean, at this point, yeah, do you just give the hand over again, and then maybe a little bit of armor? Um, yeah, fatigue is looking to be a very real option in this instance.
It is such a strong deck Tarek is playing here. Like it is like these lines he's getting the juice now twice in a turn, right? Is he allowed to
Yeah,
rearrange his discard pile?
there's been no awkward hands. Pardon me.
Is he allowed to rearrange his discard pile?
Um, I mean, technically speaking, no,
One sec.
but well, hold on. It's not a big deal in this instance because priority is on Chris, right? So that rule exists to prevent people from taking way too long. So, what Tarek's doing is going through and figuring out how many defense reactions are there or they're missing, but it's not slowing down the pace of the game because um, priority is with Chris, who's currently deciding on his blocks.
So we did get another a rule update from our judge. Um, your opponent is allowed to sort out your discard pile, but just not by pitch. So they can put three of this, three of that, three of this. Um,
Interesting. My understanding was officially you can't do it, but that rule only exists for timing reasons, so you don't slow down the pace of the game. But what Tarek was doing it while Chris was deciding on blocks. So,
mhm.
and here it looks like we're covering with another unmovable, almost all the damage again on the pulverize. So the deck is getting thinner, but the life total is staying the same. If Tarek does have an off turn, maybe Chris can find some way of getting back into this game,
We got a
sneaking his
single
way in.
land. Uh, I mean, if we see another one, jeez.
Used Endless Winter, I mean, it's tough. It forces you to block and take another turn off. At least you get an arsenal for it this time.
There's a lot of health discrepancy here too.
Yeah. I think what you got to do is you got to block with 3 cards, because you can't block and play Sink Below because the blocks create a Frostbite um, before the defense phase or before the reaction phase begins. So we're seeing, I think Chris has now realized that he may not be able to do what he was thinking of doing.
Yeah, when you're going through your deck and counting this many times, it's usually a pretty bad sign. Like you have to start making something happen
Yeah,
pretty
I mean,
quick.
there's 15, 16 cards there, but unfortunately, this turn you can't because if Endless Winter hints every time you activate an ability, you gain a Frostbite, and so putting a counter on something costs 2, taking a counter off of something costs 1. So really your only option is block with 3 cards, arsenal something. But then again, you're losing a lot of cards out of your deck, and Tarek's got another Channel Lake to play out next turn. Or this is just pummeled, one of the two. Well, even if this is pummeled, Tarek will have a Channel Lake to play out next turn regardless. So yeah, 3 Frostbites. We see Sink Below get Arsenaled, and then maybe there will be some respite for Chris coming up soon. Why have we rewound a little bit here? It looked like everybody agreed we were done with that. Oh, Tarek is adding the pummel. Perhaps there was some miscommunication between the players, which forces the sink below to get discarded because it cannot be paid for through those frostbites. Tarek once again going through
Oh,
the
sorry, you
graveyard
couldn't hear me this entire time. Um, what I was saying just now was, doesn't he? Why couldn't he play the sink below?
because in the defense phase, before the reaction phase,
Oh, the
Endless
frostbites
Winter's
come in.
effect
Oh wow.
created those three frostbites. Yep. Last time Chris managed to get around it by playing Reinforce the Line at instant speed on the frostbite trigger, so before it actually came into effect. Um, Tarek opting not to play Channel Lake and presumably just looking for more attacks to keep running cards out of Chris's deck. So we're pitching. Oh, okay. So we're pitching Winter's Bite and Spinal Crush in order to play out, I'm assuming, a red Thunderquake. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just play out the Spinal? Zero floating. Yeah. And then for the first time in a long time, Chris is going to have some cards. So we can start shooting the pistol, but it's looking a little bit too late in the game for that, both in terms of life count and remaining cards in deck. So the pistol will be coming in for 5 off of a single blue. Sorry, the pistol will be coming in for 15 off of a single blue this turn. Um, or by pitching 2 blues, it'll be coming in for 15, and there will be counters left over for next turn as well.
And we got. Oh, we're keeping count of that deck there. Oh my goodness.
We definitely are. What are we
Yeah.
down to? About, I don't know, 10 cards, 12 cards maybe?
Well, he's got to make them count. I mean,
It's,
I'm not sure what else to say, right? This is.
I mean, the issue is that, on life, Bravo, or Oldhim, that's, the Oldham's got, what, a dozen cards in the deck? That, no, 2 dozen cards in the deck that swing for 8 or more.
Hmm. I mean,
So we're seeing,
heavens forbid he's gonna continue to keep trying to live, right?
yeah,
Those are still in
well,
the
we're
stack.
seeing,
Yeah. Or
we're seeing Tarek use,
he uses his
use
armor as
one
much.
card and his armor to block as much as possible. So off of 15 damage here, he'll end up blocking 10 of it, I believe.
And you know what?
Um,
He could. He's
wait,
at
hold
least.
on.
Mhm.
How did? Oh, because we didn't crown. That's why. Sorry, so he's blocking 9 of it.
He's at a point he doesn't need to because he can just use the resource off of the tunic, or just.
Yeah, and that's. It looks like another endless winter.
He's got an unmovable in hand at the very least. Pitch 3, unmovable.
Yeah,
Two
I mean
from
it's
hand. Two from hand.
yeah. You but the thing is you got to cover all 8 because that on hit effect of activating an ability creating a frostbite really shuts down the pistol turn.
I think
So,
it is right. Was it fused?
you it wasn't fused. So the fuse is when you defend, create a frostbite, but it always has an on-hit effect of when you activate an ability, create a
Let me see the
frostbite.
crown. Oh no, it's just 8.
So are we just blocking
Uh
6
oh.
there? Oh, so 6, and then now the unmovable can cover the remainder, which
Is the cards
preserves your
out of his
life
hand too?
total. Yeah,
Oh,
it
okay.
preserves your life total, but it doesn't advance your goal because you're in the same spot, but you've got 3 cards fewer in deck, which is the pressing concern right now.
Yeah, because he's gonna. It looks like he's gonna get decked out at this point.
Yeah.
Like he had 15 cards in total. I can't. I don't have a count on it. There's no way for me to know. Oh, less. Way less. He's like 8,
Yeah.
6
So
or
he's got
8.
4 cards in hand and I don't know 6 or 8 in the deck, give or take.
And we got a probably big Oh, we got a Tronker coming through. I think it's that Macho Grande. He has this.
Which Macho Grande not actually going to push that much damage in this instance. I don't know if I play Macho Grande in all honesty,
He could just not
because there's
care.
still Chris still has a lot of armor
He has his headpiece. He's not used this whole time. There's the two, the chest.
and the
That's
chest.
five.
Yeah,
Takes
that's
two.
5. You're taking 3 damage. You're
Yeah.
sure. I mean,
Well,
at this point, your life and your deck are kind of synonymous. So you don't really care about dominate, to be honest, because you do want to be blocking with as few cards as possible.
well, we're going to see rare footage of Chris actually being able to play the game.
And there you go.
Because he's just been it's brutal. So
So,
there you go.
every time Chris gets one of these turns, he'll be able to effectively, he can push, what, 8 damage off of just the pistol. Um, but is that enough to keep defending with those cards in his deck? I'm skeptical. But at least this turn he'll be ending with, again, just a lot of counters on these items. Because every time Tarek can block 6 damage total just by pitching a blue and using the effect of Rampart.
Hmm. And he can use that piece if he should want to, but he's noticeably been doing it on his
Yeah, but
own
that would
turn.
require you pitching a second card, and it becomes less efficient. So a lot of times you see exactly this, where you block with 1 card from hand, um, and then you Rampart. So here he's only leaking 1 damage. Next turn he'll be leaking 3, and the turn after he'll be leaking 2. So he's only taking 6 instead of the 9, and you're still keeping 3 cards in hand that allow you to present that 8 damage standard, maybe 10 damage standard that Oldhim has.
You know,
But in this case, we've decided we don't quite like the hand, so we can block out pretty well.
now, not for nothing, but being able to, if he, like, I mean, I don't think Tarek doesn't just keep hitting him. Like, he'll probably take the damage after this point, or just block with the shield. But not for nothing, it
Yeah,
is at least something for Chris to be able to poke some damage through.
I mean, yeah, that's his only way out of this, right? It's not like Dash is running these disruptive effects. I think we've seen blocks with every Pulse Wave Harpoon in the deck at this point, anyways.
5 cards left in the
So,
deck.
oh, there's the
Oh,
hypothermia. So there you go. I was
and
gonna
then
say there's only one thing better than a hammer swing on a 1 card turn. It's I
hypothermia.
mean, Chris gets to load up the items, but that's really it.
I think this is where you look to the heavens and just say, one more day. It's not here after today.
Yeah,
You know,
I don't know. Maybe you can load up all your items and then play a throttle or something. But even then, it's not ideal.
at least he wasn't hit.
Yeah, or yeah, you can shoot for 5, which is actually probably better than the throttle because it keeps everything in deck.
Was he at a sink? I'd be amazed if he had sync still.
Yeah, and this is a good reason why hypothermia is banned because it can really just shut off. It can shut off a 5 card hand with 1 card, in against a surprising amount of decks.
Is it dominated?
No,
Is
I
it a
think that's a Thunderquake.
is
So
it a
tough to dominate that. And it looks like Tarek's holding another hypothermia there. Um,
is it a pummel in Arsenal?
it might be. I think we've seen a good amount of pummels. I'm not sure if they've all been reds, but it could be a blue. I'm not sure if Tarek's on, 3, 4, 5, or 6 pummels, all of which are reasonable inclusions in Oldhim these days. But at this point, doing the math out, um, even if it's not, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's true.
Because it might get close, but unless we've been misjudging Chris's deck size. If Chris has 4 extra cards in deck that we may have not accounted for, it doesn't look like he does. Um, then maybe it changes things, but for the time being, going to the graveyard, probably counting out pummels. The problem with Oldham is even when you run him out of red threats, the blues still come in for 8,
It's amazing,
and
but
that puts a
he's strong.
yeah. He's he's got too many tools in the toolbox. That's what it is.
So Chris is just hoping to all
Yeah.
heavens that that is not a pommel in the arsenal.
Well, whether it is or not, you can't play around it. In all honesty, you don't have the cards in deck. Because if it is a pummel and you block with all 4 cards, okay, he doesn't play it out, but you're now in the exact same position, just with fewer cards in your deck.
And he'll
Right? You're
just
not getting closer to anywhere
he's
where
likely
you
just
want
to
to
play
be.
it the next turn anyways.
Exactly.
But being able to there is there is a chance that he gets a the red turn. I mean, at this point, Dash is praying for an in, right? Like just get some damage somewhere in this at some point. I think he
Yeah.
counted out the discard pile just to see like does he have
I
a
yeah, I think at this point we're probably close to or at second cycle. Um, at which point, at the very least, we don't know what Tarek's been crowning away, but we did see
yep,
the
there it is.
well, there's the pummel. But at the very beginning of the game, we did see that red card pitched in conjunction with those blues. I'm not sure which red card it was, but it was something. So we know that even if we do get second cycle, there will be some threats.
Ugh.
So Chris forced to discard the last card from the hand
May
here.
have been better to use the headpiece too. I don't know what
Uh,
else he's supposed to do, but
Possibly, but if you do, then Tarek just doesn't pummel, and the exact same thing happens next turn.
well, at
Yeah,
least
so
he
Chris
can.
on his last
All
four
right.
cards.
Yeesh.
This is looking like a done deal, unfortunately.
You want to cheer for him, you know.
Yeah, well, in all honesty, the instinct is to cheer for the hero that is not at the top of the representation, right? Like Oldham has dominated this PQ season, Icelander in second and Fi in third. So anytime any hero other than them shows up, your instinct is to root for them. But yeah, here,
Imagine cheering for Briar.
Tarek's yeah, it's a rare to do, but yeah, this would be the season to do it.
So there you
Yeah,
go. We're
Tarek
gonna
again representing 8 damage. Chris has to
ground.
block it out.
Yep.
There you go. 2 cards left in hand, but and those 2 cards will represent 15 damage, which is impressive. Um, but it's not enough to kill Tarek, which means that you're forced to block with those exact same 2 cards next turn, and then not have much left.
Well, he doesn't
Oh,
have a bunch of armor to block with this time around, right?
there you go. You don't even Yeah,
Oh,
you don't
that's
even get the option because Blizzard comes out and yeah,
I'm so sorry, Chris. There
sure,
that is. He can't pay for it, and the Ram said,
yeah.
"This is a very
Tarek takes
efficient
no.
play. A very most efficient. This is the most efficient I've ever seen Oldham ever played. Very
I
well
mean,
done.
it's pretty standard fare against Dash in this instance. Yeah, so there we go. Glacial for 10. You can only cover. Oh no, I think one of those is probably a Teklo core actually, so it can't even block out even if it is for 8.
Yep.
But yeah, Tarek taking it over Chris by fatigue against Dash, just because too many of those big red attacks came out back to back to back. Chris couldn't develop his pistols quick enough, unfortunately, and some excellently timed disruption in the form of Endless Winters and Channel Like Frigids from Tarek. That, in the windows where Chris would have otherwise shot a pistol for 15 damage, was forced to just give the whole hand away.
Oh man, it was really hard to get a setup on the board. It looked like, and to start asserting your own to start asserting your game plan. Um,
Absolutely.
because there wasn't enough. Well, he has Dash does have some hand disruption now, but I mean it's hard because he had a lot of the right cards at the right time, and he played and blocked very well. Like I said, this is the
Yeah.
most efficient I've seen an Oldham play. Next to when you're
Well,
playing, sir.
That's what Oldhim decks do. They're so efficient because every card in their deck can do more things than most other cards, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, we will be right back. And we'll take a look at some of the other tables here. I'll take a look at some of the other tables here, and we'll see what kind of top eight we have. Because I know there's
Sounds
two
good.
mirror matches going on right now. So we'll be right back.
Always fun.
Demos, you there?
So,
Hmm? Oh, you are. Okay, cool.
okay.
Uh, just need to help with some of the store credit here, so I'll leave this over to your expert hands.
Sounds good. So we are starting with what looks to be a Dominated Glacial Fuse now. Dominated Glacialet is fused, blocking the damage off of Aether Ice Vein, or blocking as much as we can. So this turn just looks like we're trading damage. The disruptive effect off the Ice Vein, not as effective as we would have hoped from Michael, because everything was played out before a priority window came into play. Drop that Glacial. Blocking 3 with the Ice Bolt. And are we going to see the follow-up swing with Waning Moon? We are not. We see the value play, Finals, gaining 1 life, threatening 7. Uh, Notably, this will leave Michael without an arsenal. So Tarek has lots of options on how to defend this. You can see an Enlightened Strike in the hand as well as 2 Channel Lake Frigids. So there could be some strong options. Decided we like all the cards in our hand. So we're going to just throw some armor at it while we can. Ensure we can get the value out in case things just start becoming arcane damage back and forth for the rest of the game. It's worth reaffirming here that all that glare on the bottom screen is hiding a pretty standard loadout of equipment from Oldham. We're seeing a block with Stalagmite and Crater Fist, complementing a tunic and Null Rune boots, as well as an Arcane Lantern. So we've only got Null Rune 2, but we do have that Crown of Seeds that can buff it up to be that 3rd point to prevent arcane damage, notably on Waning Moon at very low life totals, or against blue Aether Ice Veins. So Tarek using that armor, preserving all 4 cards in hand. We're going to see the E-Strike coming in here, possibly. Or is that a Thunderquake? Maybe we see the Thunderquake and then we arsenal the E-Strike. We're seeing Thunderquake get played out with the E-Strike going into Arsenal. The alternative could have been E-Strike for 7 and then heave the Thunderquake. However, the popping of those Seismic Surge tokens does allow Icelander a priority window to throw some disruption at you and maybe make it so that you know those 3 Seismic Surges don't give all the benefit that you were quite hoping for, having to awkwardly pitch an extra card out of hand. Michael deciding how much we want to block here. The nice thing about blocking Guardian attacks is, it's not exactly split damage. You can always get full block value out of the cards that you do commit to it. The display might be to take some damage, hopefully end up with an arsenal for Michael. That's generally where Icelander does want to be. Blocking with the Brain Freeze, which is what it is best at doing in this particular matchup. Michael taking 2 damage there, blocking with a 2 block. 1 card left in hand, going to the arsenal, looks like. And now Tara gets to play out this 5-card hand with that E-Strike, which is a good way. It's a good hand to be with, because either you play out the 4 cards you draw naturally, or you play that E-Strike out of Arsenal and you can still make the most out of that hand, even if it is a bunch of awkward blues. Notably, both Tunics are on 3 now. there goes the E-Strike. Presumably go again, since it's starting the turn. And we see the immediate response from Michael coming out with an Aether Hail. So just a bit of, oh, sorry, Cold Snap, that is. Uh, so we're pushing 3 arcane damage off the Waning Moon, and Michael gets to draw that card there as well. Blocking 3 with the Frost Hex. When Icelander does block with the Frost Hex, it can be a signal to Oldhim that maybe a slower, longer game is possible. However, the fact that Tarek only brought 2 Null Rune here may indicate that, you know, that's not a game that either player is necessarily willing to play. So we're seeing all the armor come out here from Michael. Tunic, Pangpa, Ironhide Gauntlet, and the Crown of Providence. So we really don't want to deal with that Frostbite. Michael's got 3 cards left in hand. And we saw something get heaved at the end there. Unfortunately, with the glare, I can't quite tell what it is. My guess would be a Thunderquake, because heaving a Pulverize is a very, very risky thing to do against Icelander. But for this turn, we are fusing an Aether Ice Vein. We're going to pop that Aether Hail in Arsenal afterwards, allow to push a Frostbite and a little bit of arcane damage, make those Seismic Surges just that little bit more awkward to benefit from. So you've got to be pitching 2 cards to play out that Thunderquake rather than just the one. And that is in addition to the disruption that we've got coming in from this Ice Vein. So we're taking all the damage from the Ice Vein, discarding a Command and Conquer. Tarek really wants to keep those blue cards in his hand. Willing to take the damage, knowing that there will be a big attack swinging next turn. And those Seismic Surges activate. Presumably Michael's playing out that Aether Hail now in order to get that Frostbite and make that a 2-card pitch required for Thunderquake. Oh, is that an Exposed to the Elements in Tarek's hand? That is always an interesting card in this matchup, because depending on how your opponent plays it, you could get lucky and snipe Stormstriders. Although, based on the composition of Tarek's hand, I don't think that's going to be happening this turn, because I don't think there's an ice card to fuse it with, unfortunately. So that normally opportunistic play isn't coming up in this particular instance. Oh wait, that is a Pulverize. Wow, that is a very bold play to be making against an Icelander. There are several cards in the deck that would just make it possible to have that Pulverize stuck there almost in perpetuity. That being said, Icelander does take enough off turns where you may be able to sneak it out at a certain point just by taking some vanilla damage and letting them arsenal on one of those reset turns that does tend to happen once or twice per game. Tarek has a 4-card hand. Deciding what to do with it. Michael taking his turn off to just pop that pop a card into the arsenal. So we have a non-fused Endless Winter here. The effect of Endless Winter, not too crippling to Icelander. It can change how some lines play out. It can make things slightly more awkward. But unless it's, that big Stormstrider's turn, it's usually not too impactful. The main thing that's happening here is, Oldhim is continuing to push pressure on an Icelander that now has a lower life total, while simultaneously threatening Pummel. So 5 damage is taken. The effect of the creation of Frostbites is coming through. On the activation of abilities. So looks like we're not going to be activating any abilities this turn. We're just going to be fusing the Aether Ice Vein. We're trying to steal a bit of tempo here. Maybe we see the immediate usage of that Amulet of Ice. We've seen that come out from Michael in the other games we've seen on stream from him. That very aggressive tempo usage of the soon-to-be banned card. Yeah, and there goes the Amulet of Ice, forcing one more card out of hand there, and allowing Michael to arsenal the Cold Snap. So that'll be some extra damage on Tarek's turn. A Frostbite, if something relevant happens, doesn't look like it is, probably E-Strike for 7. But it allows Michael to deal 3 damage and draw a card, replace itself. Just a generally efficient play. Michael thinking on Waning Moon. Oh, sorry. We've triggered Tunic in order to prevent one of those Arcane coming in before that Frostbite lands. Tarek signaling that he will be arsenaling this card one way or another, and just mitigating the damage, saving the 1 life that Tunic can represent. Michael thinking on blocks. Do you give 1 card here and then come in with a big attack, arsenal a card? Oh, you drew the sink below, so the options are a bit limited. You cover all 7. A card has been sunk. So Michael, depending on what he drew there, may severely impact on how this turn is going. Without Coronet's Peak, yeah, there you go. Without Coronet's Peak, it makes those 2-card hands very awkward for the Icelander player. Because ideally, you'd want to just pitch that blue, force a card out of Tarek's hand. He doesn't have the Tunic counter currently available. And that would, have made this Rouse turn a little bit more awkward, in all honesty. But instead, Michael arsenals a card, holds a card in hand, loses that bit of efficiency that Cold Snap gave him. And now Tarek is threatening a big turn here. It looks like a Rouse revealing something in an Endless Winter, so presumably the Endless Winter can come in after this, representing a 15 damage turn, which is always scary. That's not the first Insidious Chill we've seen Michael pitch. Those are cards that are great to play out. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's lined up that way for him this turn, or this game. Or at the very least, the priorities are lying elsewhere for the purpose of this. So we're blocking 1 damage off the Frostbolt. Tarek aware that he's going to need to pay through that Frostbite to play out that Endless Winter, presumably with that last blue card in his hand. Knowing that he's threatening enough damage to not have to worry about too much of a retribution from Michael on his upcoming turn. So Michael's dealt his damage for the turn. Now he just needs to block the up to 15 that Tarek is threatening here. But in all honesty, There might be some thinking on Storm Striders here. If that disruption, oh no, sink below means that it is very difficult to disrupt that hand. And so Tarek now does get to play out that Endless Winter. No fuse on it, but 8 damage when you've got 9 life left is very frightening. As I mentioned earlier, you know, the impact of the on-hit effect from Endless Winter usually doesn't affect Icelander too much. Definitely not going to affect Icelander very much when she's only got 1 card to pop into Arsenal. Now, Michael isn't out of this quite yet. There's still a lot that can be done with Storm Striders.
He
Um,
needs to get an amulet on the table, or he's got a heart in his hand.
yeah, I mean, Heart 1 life is good. You know you're going to be pitching anyways.
It's not
Um,
zero in this case,
yeah,
but getting a heart on the board and just finding a fusion, because right now he needs to attack Tarek's hand more than anything. He needs to make this man have no cards in his hand to play.
yeah. He's got to buy a couple turns of just chip damage, trying to keep his life total high enough, and then wait for Tarek to, um, play out a decently sized attack because you do need to keep that pressure on as Oldham, and then maybe you can find a window. Storm Striders pop some arcane damage in there as well. Tarek, though, thinking very hard about what he's going to do with this 4 card hand.
A mistake I've often seen players do against an Icelander with a full grip of cards in their hand, and sometimes with a tunic counter, is to play their non-attack action card at the very beginning. Um, and it just allows, like the Terra Sunder, let's say, right, earlier, which allows her to just
Indeed.
step in and present damage.
Yeah, if you do play out those non-attack actions, Icelander can definitely steal the whole turn from you. I don't think Tarek's running very many of them in his deck, in all honesty. I think we did see a Terra
Terra
Sunder get
Sunder,
pitched earlier,
yeah.
but other than that,
Nothing else. I don't think he
it's
even
not.
plays Zealous Belding. I've never seen it once.
No, Oldhams generally don't. They prefer Enlightened Strike
Mhm.
because it's so rare to run a Nothos. Maybe that changes with the ban, who knows?
But I think I
That
think everyone's
it,
pretty much
the
on the hammer.
yeah,
The other
the
hammer, sorry, one of
flexibility,
the many.
yeah, the flexibility of Enlightened Strike is just too good, right? And it blocks 3. Um,
Hmm.
whereas Bravo prefers it because you can Zealous Belting, make a surge, and then swing the hammer for 6 afterwards, which is a stronger follow-up than Oldham has. So Tarek here did a
Was
lot of
he
thinking, decided
for 5?
not to play out the channel like Frigid,
Hmm.
opting instead for just more points of damage off the Enlightened Strike. I'm assuming this is go again, but technically we don't have any indication of that. Michael playing up Polar Blast, the potential dominate that it would give Michael's attacks is not relevant on the opposing turn, but it does draw a card. So you gain a life off of Heart, and you still have 4 cards to block with.
Nice
Quite
use.
efficient. And there you go. Brothers in Arms.
Yep, so
You're
let's
only
go
taking
again.
1 damage here. Um, we're pitching through. We're swinging the hammer.
Nice.
And
Oh, wow.
another Brothers in Arms. What a fantastically efficient turn
Yep, he managed to
from
get through it
Michael.
all. That
You, yeah, effectively with 2 cards, you have mitigated 9 damage.
inline strike for
Which
obviously
I would
7.
imagine. Oh, I would say
Maybe
5
5.
draw
Draw
card.
card? Yeah.
Yeah, no, you draw a card and you hope you get something decent to Arsenal.
You'll be getting the
Uh,
arsenal.
yeah,
Or
that's good.
maybe he. No, yeah, he drew the card. Yeah. So this it really only goes one way from here.
Yeah, but that being said, it's that means that um, Michael's last hand was a heart, an enlightened strike, 2 brothers in arms, and yeah, that, 0 ice, 0 wizard cards in the lot, which at this point, when you're this low on life, is can work out nicely like that, but it can also be quite awkward and quite challenging, um, just because of the threat. You want to be able to have access to Storm Striders. So we saw Tarek block some of the damage off of Enlightened Strike, with that, with some points of armor that, surprisingly useful against wizards. Are we blocking? Oh wow, we are blocking Winter's Wail with a Wounded Bull. Very interesting. So Michael is going lower on life. Presumably we're going to see an Aether Ice Vein here. Oh no, we're going to see Findle's Fighting Spirit. So we're threatening damage, and then we're arsenaling something to ideally cheat something out. The Tarek here showing he's been pretty happy blocking out these physical attacks, and buying this time until he gets something that he knows can trigger something. Um, I mean, in this instance, if you're Tarek, if you can dominate a Glacial Footsteps holding a blue ice card, you are very happy. He's got 5 cards in his hand. I can't see what they are, but 5 cards is comes with a lot of options. Thinking on these blocks still. Even though none of our matches have hit time, the fact that top 8 is untimed sometimes allows players to take the extra moment that they may not take in Swiss to deliberate on these decisions. So one of Tarek's 5 cards is a pummel, which, you know, is a classic risky move to try to win against a wizard. Maybe less risky when you're on 13 life, but the decision oftentimes comes down to, do I hold it to try to play it out? But it looks like it's being used to block here. Possibly, I can't quite tell with the resolution on the screen. Or pardon me, with the glare. It looks like a pummel to me. But Tarek is happy taking 5 damage here. It means he's got something big coming in return, because 8 damage is starting to get definitely to the danger zone for Icelander. Or against an Icelander, pardon me. I'm not sure why play has been paused, or why we're still waiting. It looks like the block has been declared. Unless the players are having a chat about something different. Or maybe Tarek's debating about further blocks? I'm unsure.
It could be that maybe Michael is getting a read for his deck. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but then you still subtract life
Oh
totals
yeah,
and then,
he's
okay.
thinking about his
Yeah,
block.
there we go.
Yeah.
Tarek was debating on further blocks, okay. Tarek
So wait,
blocking out with
Tunic is gone.
Tunic.
Hmm.
Tunic is gone, and
Man and Conquer.
well, I mean, realistically speaking, 11 damage is, the upper amount that you could expect to come in from an Icelander. Blue Emeritus out of Arsenal, boots into another Emeritus Scolding, and then another Waning Moon comes in for exactly, you know, 11 damage. But if you just have a little bit floating to prevent that from your Null Rune 2, Wait, Null Rune 2? Or do we only have Null Rune 1? I'm not actually certain.
Oh, he doesn't have the gloves anymore, and he just has the his legs. I think are Naurun, and actually I've never
Yeah.
seen him actually pitch for
Oh, and
Naurun.
the crown. Interesting. Okay.
He's
Yeah.
got the Naurun boots only.
Interesting. So yeah, definitely opting more for the just using the armor, um, which we've seen, full value 6 points out of. Tarek doesn't generally like to pitch to block the arcane damage coming in. We're threatening a pummel on Command and Conquer here. Michael is hesitant to play whatever's in his arsenal out of the arsenal, which means maybe it's a Sync Below that's stuck there, maybe it's another attack, like a Fyendel's or a Wounded Bull. But these endgame Command and Conquers are always a challenge to block, because it's so hard to play around pummel. Because
Yeah,
if you do, they hold the pummel and they just play it out next turn, and if you don't, you get blown out in.
Icelander is in a unique position where on her own turn, if she's able to block three and not get pummeled, hypothetically, she could get a fuse, Wraith Ice Bane fuse, and get rid of a card from him, especially if he only has potentially two damage prevention. Seal the card from his hand.
Yeah,
I mean, the possibilities are there, right?
indeed.
But I mean, we've seen Tarek here before, or Tarek here before, where he has a player at very low life. Although this is a stark difference from the last game, he has a player at a very low amount of health, and he's able to just impose his will on them. And it seems that may be what's happening. I think if a pummel comes in here, I think we're just kind of that's what it is, right? Yeah, there
We're
it is,
blocking 9.
like clockwork. So I mean, just yeah, use some.
Well, but at this point, yeah, you play out whatever was in Arsenal, and you push as much damage as you can. Um, and I mean, you're only taking 1 damage in response.
Oh, and he's gonna. Okay. Oh yeah, he's gonna use. Okay, yeah, that's still smart.
Yeah,
That's another four
using
damage.
Tunic Counter, preventing 1, taking 2.
Shouldn't
Wow.
that be? That's three. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. So I mean, that
that
made the game a
was
lot closer because he could just end him if he has the right card in his hand. Yes.
that was masterfully navigated by Michael in the situation that he was in.
He baited the
So
pummel.
at this point, it really depends on what comes off the top of both these players' decks here.
I'm pretty sure if he can break the boots and do literally anything, he can. He
Oh,
could just kill him.
yeah. Well, Tarek has no arsenal. Winter's Bite is, you know, I think if I see a Winter's Bite and I'm Michael, I take it as an invitation to pop Storm Striders and maybe do something else interesting.
Get rid of his hand. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
And we're going in.
there you go.
If he has the fuse.
Well, if
Oh
he
my
has,
God, he had. Does he? Does he
well,
have it?
he doesn't even need the fuse. He just needs Aether Ice Vein into
Waning
Waning
Moon.
Moon.
Yeah, that's true.
The gamble being that Tarek doesn't have Oasis or Sigil, which he has not represented at all up to this point.
Hmm.
So this is he can only prevent 1 from each of these.
Oh wow,
There you
yeah.
go.
You kind of knew if you looked, he
So
has no
that game goes
arsenal,
to Michael.
no arsenal,
Um,
and he has arcane barrier only
yeah,
one arcane barrier. So I mean,
Null Rune 1 is a very big gamble to come into against Icelander. Um, just because you do, in situations like this, Null Rune 2, you would have survived. Well, unless that was a red. If that was a red, I think you may have still died exactly. But the point being, Null Rune 2, for each Null Rune you add, the danger zone at which you can die seemingly without warning, expands higher up and up.
Yep.
So with Null 1, that band was made so narrow that, you know, Michael ended up pulling it out.
Yep. And
But a
we
very
now have
close game.
seen we may be seeing one of our guests that are here from all the way in Buffalo, United States. I think it's
Buffalo.
and I think and he's playing and like just like a Buffalo, he is swinging hard with um, Bravo.
Is
And
it
so
Peyton again, or do we have a different
it
Bravo?
could be Peyton. Peyton could be taking out. Peyton could be taking out Matthew Dilks, and that is quite the
Okay.
path to lead all the way to finals to have an Oldham versus Icelander grand finals.
Mm-hmm.
So
The
we're gonna
Bravo
go.
versus Thunder Grand
We'll
Finals
be right
game.
back, and I will. We'll find out the result of that.
Sounds good. Yep.
All right, Demos, you there?
I am indeed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Perfect.
I shot your message there.
Oh, there you go. What's the bit of drama?
We're live.
Oh, gotcha. We are live, waiting to get the next game up on the screen here, and that will be our finals for the day. So we know we have an Icelander. Now it's just a matter of, I believe, whether we're seeing a Bravo or an Oldham on the other side of the table. And here we are. We have Matthew versus Michael, another Icelander Oldham matchup. So we've seen Michael on stream many times before today. I believe this is Matthew's first time on stream today. And this is our grand finals. Let's see how it shakes out. Michael once again opting for that Crown of Providence over the Cornet's Peak. I don't know if we've actually seen Crown of Providence get used for its ability to sync a card yet from Michael. We have definitely seen an instance where Cornet's Peak may have been beneficial, but who's to question the player who's made it into finals? Matthew running Null Rune 2, it's looking like here, boots and gloves, as well as possibly a third point of prevention off of Crown of Seeds. So we're opting for a bit more Arcane Barrier and a bit less armor than the very aggressive strategy used by Tarek last round. A very solid opening, pitching Heart of Fyendel to play out a Frost Hex to start the game. So even if Michael isn't going for that very long-term endgame plan, which I doubt he would be based on what we've seen on stream so far, that Frost Hex may come up with a surprising amount of damage just from spare Frostbites left at the end of turns on plays such as this where big glacial footsteps are coming down and you might play that, Aether Hail out of Arsenal. And it just does one extra arcane damage. But instead, we are taking a little bit. We're blocking with 2 cards. We're taking a little bit of damage, and we're playing a Wounded Bull in return. Michael, sit on that Arsenal card. It may have not been worth the life that blocking with those other 2 cards was. Or maybe it's just a single blow that we're saving for a slightly better time when there's a card that we actively want to put into Arsenal. But we're seeing Matt block out the full amount and then swing back with just a hammer for 4. Michael opting to block 3 with the Frost Hex and take a Frostbite. Now, we can just use the Tunic to go right through that Frostbite if we are looking to play out an Aether Ice Vein this turn. Which it does appear that we are doing. Using it with, it's looking like a Cold Snap. Can't quite tell with that glare. You're trying to figure out how much arcane damage is worth blocking here versus the threat of the discard. So pitching a blue, which isn't very surprising. We are oops, blocking 2 of it as much as we can as possible, and then pitching in City's Chill afterwards, presumably knowing that the follow-up here is going to be another pitching Waning Moon to swing. Uh, but seeing that it would have been overwhelmingly blocked, Michael just opts to Arsenal instead. I think an interesting option there, because I believe there was an Enlightened Strike in that play, could have been just coming in with Enlightened Strike for 7 damage, foregoing the Arsenal, and punishing Matthew's overpitch there. But that's not what we're seeing here. We are instead seeing that Cold Snap did make it into Arsenal. So we are threatening to freeze the Arsenal, which may be particularly relevant if this is, maybe Matthew, maybe it's a pummel, maybe that might be the play that's coming out here. Probably not the play you want to be making. You might just want to pitch that blue, block the Arcane instead. But either way, yeah, so it looks like Cold Snap not being paid through. We are paying to block 2 of the damage off of Waning Moon. Michael does, however, still have a 4-card hand, since that Cold Snap did let him draw 1 card. Debating on blocks here. There's no Tunic counter this time to work through that Frostbite in the very easy way that happened last turn. Looking like we're considering committing 2 cards here. Possibly 1 card and a piece of armor. There we are. There goes the Crown of Providence. And we're seeing it actually sink a card. So we're seeing, I believe, a Hypothermia go to the bottom of the deck. And then one of those floating resources used to pay for the Frost Hex's arcane damage from the effect of that Frostbite. So Enlightened Strike for 7 damage, it looks like. And then Michael's going to be presumably popping that last card into the arsenal. It looked like an Aether Hail, not 100% sure on that one. But if it is, that's always a good value card to have. 5 damage off of a blue pitch. Yeah. Matthew throwing the armor at the physical attack while he's got the chance to. And blocking with the Endless Winter. So maybe there's a couple of spare reds in the hand here. Both these life totals are very high. It is unlike the game to be much more aggressive back and forth, swinging and taking damage that we saw with Tarek and Michael's game very recently. We have Command and Conquer coming in, so easy instant speed play out of the arsenal. There's the Frostbite already. If you do want to pummel it, it will be a little bit more awkward, which will allow this arcane damage to push through just that little bit much more. Well, before that Frostbite lands, we are using the Tunic to generate a resource, and that's allowing a little bit more arcane damage prevention. And, oh, we're actually working through the Frostbite through that process. Using the remaining resources to use Waning Moon and try to get that last bit of information from Matthew. Yeah, so he wants to hold on to that 2 float in. We are really threatening that pummel, which is hard to play around at this point. Yeah, you block 1 card, know you're going to be taking a lot of damage, and then discard 1 more so you can arsenal and move along. That's what looks like is happening. It is a lot of damage, though. Michael resetting with that arsenal. Tunic ticking up to 2, it looks like. Coming in. Endless Winter, no fuse on that one again. So it is 8 damage. Or sorry, the last non-fuse Endless Winter we saw was actually last game. Was that a Sink Below that came out of Arsenal there? That's what it looked like. So we've taken 1 damage. So the on-hit effect of Endless Winter, where we create a Frostbite on the activation of an ability, is active. It's not going to be relevant this turn, as Bindle's Fighting Spirit is a card, not an activated ability. So we're gaining 1 life and threatening 7 damage. We see a very conservative 2-card block with the last Endless Winter out of Matthew's deck, taking 1 damage. And we are seeing that much slower pace of play in this instance. And while there is 1 Frost Hex on the board, I believe Michael did block with 1 earlier. So that inevitability may not quite be there. Here we're seeing Command and Conquer come out. Tunic isn't at 3 counters yet. Easy block with 2 cards, trade it back and forth. Michael's turn, we are playing the Wounded. Oh, sorry, another Final Fighting Spirit out of Arsenal. Just these very efficient plays. Matthew played out 2 cards last turn, pitched 1 to play Command and Conquer, threatening 6 damage. Easily blocked by Michael. Last turn, Michael played Final Fighting Spirit, gained 1 life, pushed 1 life through after Matthew blocked with 2 cards. Now that's what's happening again this turn, which just goes to show the very strong value engine of this particular version of the Icelander deck that is now the standard, where these 2-card plays that you're making are 8 damage, or at least representing 8 points of value. So 7 damage and gaining a life, or in the case of Wounded Bull, 7 damage and then dealing 1 extra to be 8. So it was quite a wide gulf in life points after that Command and Conquer play, followed by the pummel from Matthew, slowly evening up as Michael is making these very strong value plays. Tunic is now at 3 for Matthew, who's starting the turn with 2 cards in hand. And we are seeing Enlightened Strike for... Oh, we've got the Snap Emirata Scolding. So we're dealing damage. Matthew's thinking whether this card is worth... Oh, Oasis Respite. That would explain why Matthew seems to be content playing this much slower game. So that damage that just got ticked down there came from an instant speed Waning Moon. Michael taking 2 damage and 2 cards left, and that is, I believe, a Wounded Bull. So again, these very strong value plays. I find it interesting that Matthew chose to use the Tunic counter on the Oasis Respite immediately rather than put it into an empty arsenal and save it for perhaps an Aether Icebane or something slightly more threatening. That being said, by using it instantly, you can start ticking that Tunic back up again. Maybe it does end up making the difference for that being an extra point of value, an extra life you can save for Arcane Barrier later in the game. Michael thinking about how to block this hammer, which is a very good play in this instance. Michael doesn't have any armor that he's happy throwing at this, and doesn't have a Tunic counter, so can't even pay for those Ironhide gauntlets to cover it for him as well. So this one play does quite handily shut off a potential Aether Icebane coming back while still allowing Michael to block out. So if Michael does want to make that an Aether Icebane play, he'd be taking 4 damage for the privilege of doing so. The alternative is, of course, losing the Tunic wholesale. But instead, we are taking 1 damage, getting a Frostbite, and Michael has 3 turns to swing, or 3 cards with to swing back on his own turn. So we are paying 1 to play Amulet of Ice, which still leaves the 2 floating for Waning Moon, making the best of a bad situation in that. Having an Amulet of Ice is just such a strong disruptive tool because you can use it whenever you would like, assuming you've Ice Fused on the turn. But after, so long as you Ice Fuse, you can use it at any point. You can get tons of information out from your opponent. Matthew running the Heart of Findel in his deck that he just drew into, it looks like. Choosing to pitch for Crown of Seeds as part of blocking that arcane damage. So, 4-card hand. We'll see what he swings back with after what was quite a light response from Michael. So we are over pitching for the hammer. And I would be surprised if this was threatening a Frostbite, because there aren't very many red cards in the deck that do threaten a Frostbite. But it was worked out quite conveniently that there was a sink below there. Is this worth pummeling? It looks like Matthew is asking himself. It appears to be. And there's the second sink below. followed by an Insidious Chill that will create a Frostbite, and that Frostbite will deal 1 damage from Frost Hex because there were 0 resources remaining. If both players remembered to do so, or perhaps they quickly ticked it down and I just missed it. But now, these life totals are quite equal, and Michael has 2 very powerful disruptive permanents on the board. So the game, the amount of counting that both of these players have to do on a turn-to-turn basis has increased significantly. Because now everybody constantly needs to work around, well, could I force a discard? Well, could I be forced to discard in this scenario? We are blocking as much damage from Ice Bolt and Waning Moon as we can here. The Tunic counter once again being used to Waning Moon. And once again, it looks like that Frostbite is going to be providing a significant amount of, or that Frost Hex is going to be providing value by that Frostbite pinging Matthew for 1 damage left when he's got 0 resources floating. Now the question is, how much damage does Michael want to take? And it looks like we're blocking 3 damage and taking 7. So what is Michael's 2-card hand? Is it another Amulet of Ice, or is it going to be a big attack? It is a big attack. That is another Wounding Bull for 8. Michael had really managed to play out almost all of these so far. This is, I believe, the second Wounded Bull we've seen. We've seen both those. We've seen 2 finals fighting spirits, and Icelander is always happiest when she is playing those cards out rather than being forced to block with them in awkward scenarios. So the downside here is that Michael will not have an arsenal, which perhaps Matthew can take advantage of, but that's looking unlikely as we're blocking with 2 cards and there's not much meaningful disruption Oldham can offer with 2 cards. So we're just seeing a hammer for 4 with no additional effect. We're going to be putting a card into Arsenal. It might be something offensive. It could be something defensive. It could be an Oasis Respite, which would be a good thing to get into Arsenal at this point in the game, as it can be quite handy at dealing with some of the surprise damage as we get closer and closer into Storm Strider's territory as well. But we're blocking 3 with Aether Icebane, taking 1 damage, no Frost on hit, and Fyendal's Fighting Spirit coming back. So now we've seen 5 of those big 6 attacks coming through and just, really helping with the value that this deck poses on hands of any size. Matthew thinking on his blocks here, possibly thinking that maybe a different strategy may be necessary rather than trading the 2 cards back and forth. As we've seen the 2 cards going back and forth, the value that Michael's been able to show, even after taking that off turn of Amulet of Ice, swinging, Waning Moon, is still very much catching up to what was a wider gulf in life totals. And now we've got quite narrow in difference of life totals. Matthew only has 2 cards in hand for the turn, and Michael has an arsenal. Matthew does as well, but Icelander makes much better use of arsenals than any other hero in the game. So we're seeing Enlightened Strike for 7 here. Are we going to keep seeing 2 card blocks getting traded? Another Amulet of Ice. So that will also represent an arcane damage coming through on that Frostbite. And then the question becomes, is it worth it for Michael to pitch a card to deal that 3 arcane damage with Waning Moon? Do you take an additional 3 damage in order to deal an additional 3 damage with that? I think if I'm Michael, I'm leaning towards yes, on the basis that um, you have such powerful disruption on the board that, if you're fusing an Aether Ice Vein here, it doesn't matter if the damage is blocked because, yeah, there we are. It doesn't matter if the damage is blocked because you can strip as many cards out of this hand as you would like. You have Insidious Chill that's going to be triggered no matter what, and then you can choose if and when to use your Amulets of Ice based on how much it looks like Matthew wants to hold on to those remaining cards. So we're paying through Insidious Chill. Now thinking on how much arcane damage to block from Aether Ice Vein. So it looks like we're going to try to block as much as possible here, so that 1 resource that was remaining goes to preventing damage from Crown of Seeds. And we're pitching again to presumably block 2 more from the Null Rune. So this is preventing a total of 3 damage, which pushes 1 through. That still needs to be paid for. 2 resources floating, so is it, oh, interesting, that the 2 resources were used to block Waning Moon damage, which gave a very good window for Michael to pop that Amulet of Ice. And is the other one coming down to strip the very last card out of Matthew's hand? It is indeed. So Matthew with no turn at all, and this could be a lot of damage prevented. Oh, it looks like he's drawing up. I'm not sure. Okay, so it looks like Michael doesn't have interest in pushing arcane damage on Matthew's turn. It's rare to see a wizard do that when they have the option to on an opposing empty hand.
You know what is interesting is that I kind of feel like, yeah, he got cards out of his hand, but what did he do with it?
Um, that is a
Because
good question. I mean,
effectively
we're
he just made him not have a turn, but he didn't do anything to him. This is a totally
I mean,
different thing right here.
yeah. Well, you slow a lot of tempo. You reset the Amulet of Ice. Um, there is no arsenal, so now these blue Aether Ice Veins
Oh,
can't
that's true. Yeah,
be
no arsenal.
stopped. Um, it was very much that tempo grab, um, and now we can see some of this damage come back through.
Okay, you know what? Let me take that back because I was definitely wrong. Because having that card in the arsenal and just drawing up his hand, the opponent draws his hand, he can throw the 3 arcane to him, 1 hits, and then he can effectively now make him lose his hand or lose a good
Exactly.
chunk of it. Uh, he pitched. What did he pitch to do?
So he pitched to pay for
Oh, oh,
Insidious Chill.
it, no, no. I mean
Yeah,
his opponent, the uh, Dilks, paid. Oh, he paid to throw one
he
down,
paid.
so you can. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
he paid 2 resources because Insidious Chill triggered.
And
So
that's a blue, right? That's a blue, and then he's gonna throw the headpiece. I mean, does he? He doesn't have enough resources to want to break anything at this point, but now he's gonna lose his hand, and that I think that's more important is losing your entire hand. Now he's starting his turn with
it is indeed. And at this point, you know, do you swing the hammer and take? I feel like swinging the hammer is a risky proposition at this
oh,
point.
gaining some life,
Um, what is
throwing this
that?
guy out
That's
here. Getting
Cold Snap. It looks like.
oh wow, it doesn't end. Wait,
Yeah,
so
Cold
did
Snap pitching hard to find out. So that's going to replace itself. You get
oh he
to
did this on
draw a
his own
card.
turn. Oh, that totally changes everything. What happened?
Yeah, yeah. That's what happens when you buy that entire turn by triggering those double amulets of ice. What that we saw 2 turn cycles ago. So now that Waning Moon is being swung, um, you know, that card prevents 3 damage, but it also, Matthew still took 1 damage as total in that process. Michael gained 1, and Michael now has a 4 card hand. So
Yeah.
we could see another fused Ice
Channel,
Vein.
I like it.
Oh no, instead we're seeing Channel Lake Frigid. So it looks like we didn't draw into the ideal next Aether Ice Vein.
But it's fine because now his opponent's gonna have to pay so much more resources, even to play
Which is,
for his headpiece. Oh, he can pay for his headpiece.
yeah, I mean, it's Channel Lake Frigid is okay, but realistically, it's not going to be doing much more than costing Matthew 1 extra resource on his turn, right? With
Oh, yeah.
3 cards, you're not. Yeah, so your hammer costs 1 more. Um,
If he has aces
so
for
it,
spite,
it, it results in 1 net point of damage. What it does is it does just make it more awkward for Crown to happen next turn.
if he can keep it
Uh,
up. Oh yeah, he will. He should be able to. And he has to survive through this turn. It is an
well,
ice.
so it will be up on Michael's turn.
Yeah, no, yeah, yeah, for sure.
Regardless. Yeah. So, if your next play is, that Aether Ice Vein, that Crown of Seeds becomes, not efficient to pitch for to save that 1 point of damage. And at
Cool.
these life totals, every single point counts.
Yeah, and I think
Um,
he's got a cold snap in Arsenal.
I believe that's what was put in Arsenal.
He
So, I
doesn't
mean,
have a four
Cold Snap,
block in his
great card
hand.
to have in Arsenal because, you're doing, it's pushing a point of damage and it's replacing itself.
I think maybe I would just take the damage here because he's going to get four. He's going to give him a frostbite. You know he's not going to pummel because Channel's on the board. His next turn, he can pitch around the frostbite and get that ice vein out of his hand. Fuse, get rid of a card of his.
Well, it looks like what he's going to do is he's going to activate Cold Snap to freeze that card, draw a card, pay through the Frostbite,
Oh, he's
and then
gonna.
possibly still be able to do that same thing.
Skip ice vein in. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
there you go. Oh, it's not
Oh,
cold
oh,
snap.
sorry.
Sorry.
It was a Polar Blast, not a Cold Snap.
It's the damage
So
may have been better
actually,
to take. He could even have pitched around it
for
with polar blast. Drew a card.
maybe for the first time all day though, the threat of Polar Blast dominating a card may actually be relevant
Oh,
because
in
if
lightning
this
strike.
is, yeah, Enlightened Strike dominated for 7 damage. It's going to be hard for Oldham to block any more than 3. You're taking 4, you're going to 5. That is a terrifying zone to be in against somebody who's going to have an arsenal and
He pitched for it.
has Stormstrider still online. But it looks like Dominate was paid for because,
Seven is
I
seven.
mean, at that point, it's reasonable to do so, right? If you have the spare blue, you can pitch a blue. But we're paying 2 to Crown. Interesting.
He wants a thicker hand.
It looks like.
block
Yeah,
and then take one.
and then
Or no, not even.
uh,
Yeah, take
yeah,
one.
no, take one because Winter's Bite only blocks two. So three off of Autumn's Touch, two off of Winter's Bite, and one from the Crown Prevention, still netting one.
And he has an Aether Ice Vein, so he's going to be
Yeah,
able to poke it through from Arsenal. And there's that hand there. I think he's going to go ahead and pitch. Hmm. He also got okay, so I guess that is not going to be on the board anymore. And he's going to go
so
ahead
there's the
and
Blue
use.
Aether Ice Vein, triggering Insidious Chill. This is just going to be a lot of arcane damage, possibly enough for lethal, depending on what's left in that hand. I can't see what it was fused with.
React to
If it
use
was an
this.
Ice Bolt, it might be enough for
To use
lethal.
this.
Yeah, that looks like it would be it. There we go.
Okay, wow. Michael is an Icelander. We'll receive a
Indeed.
healthy amount of Living Legends points today. And
Mm-hmm.
um, I mean, I think it's no surprise to see these two characters make their way to the finals. And also, just watching Michael play all day with this deck has been um, very educational in terms of how powerful this character can be.
But both of the Ice Heroes can just do so much with so many cards.
Well, I
I
think we've
mean,
seen plenty of what what with
yep,
Tarek's Oldham. I think we've seen enough of that. Oh my goodness, I will have nightmares of uh, of those pulverized, double pulverized turns.
that
Oh,
was a fantastic back-to-back opportunity.
ugh,
But yeah, that was overall, I think, a great pro quest. If not surprising in the final results, I think there were definitely some twists and turns throughout the game that I very much enjoyed watching.
hmm
Um, and congratulations to today's winner, Michael.
definitely. And once
It
again,
was
I'm going to
certainly
thank you
well
to
earned.
Demos here for taking the time, being all the way in England and hours ahead of us, to sit down and to spit that knowledge of flesh and blood in all of its glory.
Always a pleasure to be here.
All right. Thank you so much, and everyone else, thank you for watching. Take care.